Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene City Council Success Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:15 p.m. Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Ta.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Do.
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho.
Here.
And Councilmember Monzo.
I'm here.
Okay, all members present.
Thank you. Next, salute to the flag will be Meta invocation will be City Attorney. So please stand and put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The flag of the United States.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please bow your head.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come and do the city's business. We ask that you would grant wisdom and grace to the city council and to those who are participating from the public and staff. Enable us to be able to think clearly and to act in a way that's in the best interest of the people. We commit the evening to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, City Attorney. Next, we have report from City Attorney for the closed section.
There's nothing to report from the closed session.
Thank you so much. Any ex parte communication? Any report from City Clerk?
Yes, so we are going to be requesting that the city manager report be moved to after city clerk report for tonight, because he's still at the end. And then we have Robert Acosta, our emergency services coordinator, who's going to be providing some updates right now.
All right, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ta, council and staff. Just like Christine said, I'm Robert Acosta, Emergency Services Coordinator, and I'll be providing a brief update on our city's COVID response. It's been a while since I've reported, but when we first reported, we were talking about the dominance of the Delta strain of COVID. The Delta strain continues to be the dominant variant of COVID in Orange County, and it's responsible for the great majority of cases. This is due in part to the increased transmissibility of the variant when compared to previous versions. Case rate and positivity rate and hospitalizations are the three key metrics used to determine the trajectory of the disease within the county and how we're going to respond and establish protocols. Case rate and positivity rate are still on the rise. However, there are indications of a stabilization of these two measurable metrics. They're starting to slow. They are rising, but it's slowing down for a prolonged period. The third metric used is hospitalizations. We currently have about 570 individuals in the hospital for COVID. This number has been roughly about the same for 2 weeks. All these metrics are giving indications that we are at or near the peak of the current surge. And that's been pretty consistent with the healthcare agency and also the state. When you talk about the CDC references 22 forecast models that they use to forecast COVID trends. These models are used to determine determine the current surge that we're in, and they predicted would peak at about week 6. If we truly are at or near the peak, then that prediction was very accurate. However, the bad news is the majority of the models are in agreement that late fall or early winter, we will likely see another surge. In preparation for the predicted surge, our city staff, specifically Diana and her team, have been working towards hosting a testing and vaccination kiosk at City Hall. It should be operational in the very near future. The kiosk will be providing testing, both rapid tests and PCR tests, as well as COVID vaccines, all 3 versions. And then eventually it'll be offering flu vaccines. And that's going to be primarily for the residents of Westminster, but also the employees. And really their mission is just to get those shots in the arm. So they'll service anybody. And internally, We have recently seen a rise in cases within our city workforce. Responding to workplace cases has been our challenge, as COVID positive cases are still required to be away from work for at least 10 days, and sometimes longer based on the severity of the symptoms. At times, we've had some individuals working out of class to maintain the continuity of operations. So that's why it's important for us to do everything we can to limit workplace spread. And lastly, the Westminster schools, they start back up in the first week of September. We've been in contact with the district and we'll monitor the situation and work with them. And I'll report back to you as necessary or indicated. The district has developed a good plan that will allow for case tracking and testing. And they also have a goal to have a testing kiosk at every school in the near future. So they're doing that part, and I'll keep you up to date on that. And that's really the end of the report for now, and available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your report. So any question for the report?
I have a question, Mayor.
Please.
Hi, hello, Robert. Thank you again for your presentation. Much appreciated. I have a question with our testing kiosk. How come it was stopped? Do you know why we had stopped offering testing?
We had the county. I can't speak to it factually, but there was some. I don't have all the data available for me. I'll certainly get it to you. But initially, the county had sponsored it, and that was due to the health equity metric and the underrepresented groups within our city. And for a reason I can't remember off the top of my head, they pulled back out of that because they met those health equity metrics. And now we negotiated with an outside vendor to come in and do it, to provide those testing and the vaccines. And the good thing is it won't cost. It's going to be cost-free. People that don't have insurance won't have to pay, and they'll be billing the CARES Act directly, and there'll be no pass-through money coming through the city.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, you mentioned that we're having issues with staffing and positive COVID results. Do we know how much of our staff is still unvaccinated? Do you know that?
I don't have the whole staff numbers. I think the HR section has that, or I know they have that information. I just don't know how readily available it is.
Okay. And that would include our police department as well, right?
Correct. Right. We're probably, early on, a few months ago, we were running about 50%. And then that transitioned out of my office and it went to HR when OSHA passed the mandate that we needed to track that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, maybe, can you get us that information? Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other question for Mr. Acosta? I see none. Thank you so much for your report.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Any other report from City Clerk?
Not from me, so I would defer to City Manager at this time for his report.
All right.
Yes, Mayor, member of the council, good evening. Just very quickly, if you remember a few months ago, we announced the major work on Ward Street paving between Hazard down to Edinger. That work has been done. Few minor striping is being taken place. The other major construction work to be aware of is on McFadden between Magnolia and Bouchard, and also on McFadden between Brookhurst and Ward. So please try to avoid the area if you don't have to be there. Major construction will take place right after Labor Day. That's all I have. Thank you.
Marwan, can you also mention, I think it's important that the work that our staff was doing over at a Westminster Park, I think you said, trying to help with that situation over there. Can you
Yes.
talk about that?
Yes, what we have been doing there is we've been having a homeless problem at Westminster Park, especially in the parking lot. So staff has been working on getting what we call is a beach gate. So that will allow us to lock the parking lot for people to park overnight. and that gate will be locked by 9 p.m. by our police department and unlocked at 6:30 in the morning by our public works department. I checked on that earlier this week, and that gate should be ready any day now and hopefully that will improve the situation.
Thank you, Marwan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from member of the council for our city manager? All right, I see none. So next item on agenda will be a special presentation. First one is proclamation for Hunger Action Month. So do we have any representative for this organization? And I'm going to read the proclamation on behalf of Westminster City Council. All right, so proclamation, Hunger Action Month, September 2021, whereas hunger, food, and nutrition insecurity and poverty are issues of vital concerns in California, where over 4 million people face hunger and 1 in every 7 children do not know where the next meal will come from. And whereas the County of Orange is committed to working with the Orange County Hunger Alliance, educating people about the importance of food bank in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issue, also taking steps to combat hunger and provide additional resources. And whereas more than 500,000 individuals in Orange County rely on food provided by CAP-OC /OC Orange County Food Bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, and about food care annually, and have distributed more than 165 million pounds of food since the start of the pandemic through its network of food pantries, soup kitchen, shelter, and other organizations. And whereas the coronavirus pandemic has had the devastating health and economic impact across the country, and it is a project that hundreds of thousands of people could face continued hunger and food insecurity in Orange County in the wake of the pandemic this year. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to engage the public in action, including volunteership, social media share, and donation, to ensure nobody has to make an impossible choice between food and other needs like medicine, utility, or childcare. And whereas food banks across the country, including the members of the California Association of Food Banks, will host numerous events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help end hunger and food insecurity in their local community. Now, therefore, I, Tree Talk, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Chief Charlie Nguyen and Council members Ty Doe, Kimberly Hall, and Carlos Menzo, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Hunger Action Month in the City of Westminster, and encourage all to learn about the importance of addressing hunger and taking part in combating hunger in our community. So that is the proclamation from City of Westminster. So may I have the representative from the organization?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Bree from the Second Harvest Food Bank, and she'll have a few words to say.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hi, my name is Bree. I am our Community Relations Manager at Second Harvest Food Bank, and I am here representing the Orange County Hunger Alliance. Our Orange County Hunger Alliance is a collaboration between our food bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, the OC Food Bank, and Abound Food Care, formerly known as Waste Not OC. And our collaboration, our partnership, is committed to ending hunger in Orange County, reducing food waste, and providing the healthiest food possible to those in our community who are food insecure. I'm sure we're all very aware of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected our community, all of the cities in Orange County, and food insecurity is more prevalent now than it has been Prior to COVID-19, we were serving about 249,000 individuals every month, which already was a substantial amount. And then when COVID was at its peak in July 2020, we were serving just over 600,000 individuals. So in just a couple months, that number skyrocketed. And now things seem like they're settling down a little bit, but we're still serving just around 400,000 individuals every month. The need remains elevated. That hasn't gone anywhere. Food insecurity is still very prevalent. So we are focusing on it, on spreading the word, on the advocacy, on sharing on social media and getting volunteers back and involved during Hunger Action Month in September. We feel lucky to be able to have volunteers back in the facility on limited capacity, but they're back. And we get to talk about raising funds and allowing us to continue serving our community. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council and the City of Westminster for recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and raising awareness of hunger and food insecurity in our community. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
All right, do we have any question for Orange County Hunger Alliance Association? Thank you so much for your dedication. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Just the same, I want to echo the mayor. Just thank you for everything you do for all our communities in Orange County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so next proclamation is for OCFA. So proclamation Fire Prevention Week, October 3rd to October 9, 2021. Whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and people are at greatest risk from fire in their homes, and whereas working smoke alarm in the home can reduce the risk of dying in a fire by more than half, an average of 358,500 homes experience a structural fire each year. Whereas 3 of every home fire death occur in home with no smoke alarm, and 16% of home fire death result from smoke alarm that fail to operate. And whereas over the last year, there had been 115 cooking fire rods on county, at least 30 of which stay at in home without functioning smoke alarm. In 2018, California was the top 3 states in the US with the largest number of fire deaths. And whereas residents should install working smoke alarm on every level of the home, in hallway, outside of sleeping area, and in each bedroom, checking the smoke alarm monthly, replace batteries regularly, replace smoke alarm every 10 years, and practice their home escape plan. And whereas residents are responsible to public education and outreach measure and can take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their home. And whereas the 2020-2021 Fire Prevention Week theme, learn from the sound of the fire safety, effectively serve to remind us to learn the sound of smoke alarm and how to respond to them. Now, therefore, I three-time Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen and Council members Tai Do, Kimberly Ho, and Carlos Menzel, to hereby proclaim October 3rd to 9, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Westminster, and urge Orange County residents to learn the sound of smoke alarms, what those sounds mean, and how to respond to them, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Orange County Fire Authority during the Fire Prevention Week 2021. So I see we have a Division Chief, Ron Robert, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, Mr. City Manager, city staff, and those of you watching. On behalf of the men and women of the Orange County Fire Authority, we thank you for this recognition. We appreciate it. This is an annual event that is seen across the nation as very important to public safety. And so we are very thankful for your recognition. We appreciate your support as behalf of your fire and EMS provider. And for those citizens that may have any questions about our prevention programs, we would invite you to please visit www.ocfa.org. And that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your report, Chief. All right. All right, so with that, we have the oral communication.
Yes, this is the time of the meeting which members of the public may address the City Council on anything that's on the agenda or not on the agenda that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Members wishing to participate had the ability to send e-comments via email for me to read, as well as requests to speak. So at this time, I did not receive any requests to speak, but I did receive some e-comments. So I will read those first, again, in whole or in summary, just depending on the length of it. And then as well, I will go down the list of attendees. So any attendees, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. And if I could ask my interpreter to translate that in Vietnamese for me, that if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. And when I call your name, I'll allow you to speak.
Nếu có người nào đang tham dự cái phiên họp ngày hôm nay muốn phát biểu đó, thì xin quý vị hãy giơ tay lên để tôi biết, rồi tôi sẽ sắp thứ tự cho quý vị để phát biểu.
Oh, thank you. So at this time, I will read the e-comments. So first one is from Roger Matsky. And it states, "Good afternoon. I wish to speak about the lack of city response to concerns and complaints, as well as an issue with construction on Westminster Boulevard near Milan and Bolsa Chica." And he's provided his contact information for the City Council or staff to respond. The next one is regarding the Westminster Mall specific plan. And it states, "The 5 landowners of the Westminster Mall, Washington Prime Group, Seritage, Macy's, TTLC Management Incorporated, and Kaiser Permanente appreciate the opportunity to submit this letter in conjunction with your update on the Westminster Mall specific plan. We would like to assure you and the City Council that all 5 landowners are united in a common goal of preparing a specific plan for the mall, and that collectively meets the city's and landowners' goals to the extent appropriate and feasible. This is not an easy task, and it has taken much longer than any of us had hoped. However, we are making good progress, and we believe the end product will be successful for the city and landowners. We have spent considerable time studying market conditions. The retail market has been going through a large transition in recent years, which has been further complicated by the pandemic. Our challenge continues to be a balanced market trends while creating a site plan based on timeless planning principles. Our goal is also to create a specific plan that doesn't sit on the shelf, but is implemented quickly after adoption. To meet this goal, the landowners are studying the details of redevelopment, including phasing, utilities, and other engineering details. We are also working toward a cost-sharing agreement among all 5 landowners, which will address both construction and long-term maintenance of the site. Along this journey, we have received excellent feedback from staff. We continue to work hard to be responsive and address all of staff's suggestions and concerns. The landowners are committed to this process, and we believe we are very close to having a site plan and site design that meets the city's and landowners' goals. We look forward to continuing to work with staff on the details, with a goal presenting the specific plan for adoption in early 2022. And this is signed by the 5 landowners of the Westminster Mall property. This next one is from the attorneys on behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And this is in regards to item 5.1, which is the draft housing element. It is a long 10-page document that is available online. So it's in summary, it states, on behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, this is regarding the city's general plan housing element update. The Southwest Carpenters is a labor union representing more than 50,000 union carpenters in 6 states and has a strong interest in well-ordered land use planning and addressing the environmental impacts of development projects. So they've made recommendations that the city should require the city provide additional community benefits, such as requiring local hire and use of a skilled and trained workforce to build the project. The city should require the use of workers who've graduated from a joint labor management apprenticeship program approved by the state of California or have at least as many hours of on-the-job experience in the applicable craft, which would be required to graduate from such a state-approved training program, or who are registered apprentices approved by the state. Community benefits such as local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements can also be helpful to reduce environmental impacts and provide the positive economic impacts of the project. Skilled and trained workforce requirements promote the development of skilled trades that yield sustainable economic development. Local skilled and trained workforce requirements and policies have significant environmental benefits since they improve an area's job housing balance, decreasing the amount of and length of job commutes and their associated greenhouse gas emissions. The state cities are increasingly adopting local skilled and trained workforce policies and requirements into general plans and municipal codes. Locating jobs closer to residential areas can have significant environmental benefits. In addition, local hire mandates as well as skill training are critical facets of a strategy to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Some municipalities have tied local hire and skilled and trained workforce policies to local development permits to address transportation issues. They state the city should consider utilizing skilled and trained workforce policies and requirements to benefit the local area economically and mitigate greenhouse gas, air quality, and transportation impacts. Again, that's on behalf of the attorneys for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And then the last e-comment is from Andrew Lay, and it's from Tanya Tran, and it states, "My name is Tanya Tran, and I'm a business owner in the city of Westminster. On August 24, 2021, I received a YouTube channel link sent to us from residents of Westminster asking for clarification on this video broadcasted by William Trust Media. States in the video, Attorney Van Tran, Attorney Lan Nguyen, and Vice Mayor Nguyen Chi Charlie all agreed that the Quang Tri Monument Foundation is still in good standing with them being its leaders, and they confirm with the community that they will proceed to complete the building project. The video raises a few concerns, stating that with the presence of the vice mayor in the video as a city official, it would jeopardize the city's administrative ruling on the July 25th resolution for an 11-member project. They demand the city attorney to issue a cease and desist statement to the former foundation that their rights and assignments have been revoked, and they should remain silent and stop using the project or in any way identifying themselves with the project. And they also ask that the mayor and vice mayor comply with the city's official ruling and further demand that these two officials not solicitate with Van Tran and Lan Nguyen. As attorneys, they should unequivocally lead an exemplary workmanship and not to cause turmoil in the confusing situation as this per se, and that the city council already got an attorney hired for its need. By bringing in Van Tran and Lan Nguyen, it only creates more complication, and so they demand that staff look into this. Thank you very much for the assistance, and that's from Tan Tran. So that concludes e-comments. And again, I did not receive any requests to speak in advance. So at this time, I'm just calling names of attendees. So first off is Jody Boyd. Miss Boyd.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Jody Boyd. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
My first comment is regarding Westminster Park and the homeless situation there. I am very familiar with that park and the homeless, as well as the overnight parking. I would like to remind our city manager and our city that it would be unconstitutional and in violation of the 8th Amendment to erect those gates to block access to the parking lot. This comes down from a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that it is cruel and unusual to deny homeless individuals a place on public property to sit, lie, or stand. And also further, We cannot enforce laws against that affect the homelessness unless they provide beds for the homeless. So until we provide beds for the homeless at that park or anywhere else in the city, we cannot enforce our laws. And that includes our continued harassment of the homeless, making them move on, issuing them citations for storing belongings on the sidewalk, even though they have the belongings and themselves up against a wall and there's still plenty of room for the public to pass. Westminster continues to provide restrooms and sanitation stations for our homeless. Blocking off this park or any park overnight violates the rights of the homeless. And Westminster continues to fiddle about, being distracted by other things instead of dealing with real human beings. Westminster also has not provided any safe parking locations for those people that are forced to live in their vehicles. And I will remind you that living in a vehicle is actually one step up and preferred to living on a sidewalk. My next comment is regarding 5.2, the Little Saigon Blue Point for investment. I am absolutely disgusted with this city. You took $1.1 million away from the West Side for business improvements last year and distributed that money to small businesses. Now you want to pour money into improving Little Saigon. Well, first things first, you need to give us back the $1.1 million to improve the West End. I am quite frankly tired of Westminster being run by a band of thugs, starting from Van Tran on down, the pyramid of power, who think they're going to run this town. They want to run this town. They lost a country. Now they want to take over a whole city to the detriment of everybody else living in this city. You don't pay fair taxes on the East Side. That's nobody's secret. It's even right here in the attachments. They don't take credit cards. Everything is cash only and horse trading. The West End pays for everything. I say enough is enough. I'm tired of the Vietnamese bossing us around and trying to take over this city. And the lowest of lows is the recalls against Kimberly Ho and Carlos Manzo. Carlos is the most honest, hardworking man sitting there. So you should all be ashamed, and I am ashamed to tell people that I live in Westminster because they look at me like I'm crazy, and I think I am crazy for living here and putting up with this nonsense. Van Tran, go back into the hole you crawled out of. The same with you, Tyler Deep, Charlie, and the mayor. You're creeps. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next speaker is Devorah Mariscal.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and citizens of Westminster that are here. Good evening. I actually have 3 points that I'd like to bring up tonight. First of all, I live off of Jackson and 22nd Street, which is behind the Honda and Lexus dealers. And I know that there is something on the agenda to change the loading zone from Jackson to 23rd Street. And I am 1,000% in favor of that. The parking that we have in our residential area is absolutely horrendous because the employees of Honda and the Nexus dealer or Lexus dealer, they don't have any place to park except on the residential streets. If we move the loading zone from Jackson over to 23rd Street, that would open significant parking for the employees over there, and that would take some strain off of the residents that live in this particular area. Second, if you are representing the city of Westminster, whether you're city council, you're the city manager, you are an employee in some capacity, and you are representing our city on business, whether official or not. And I apologize in advance. I just don't really know how else to say this. Whatever it is that you have to say, whether it's Vietnamese, it's, you know, Swahili, Yiddish, whatever, everybody in our city has the right to know what you're saying, and we shouldn't have to pay to have your words translated. Like I said, I don't know how else to say this. English is the official language of the United States of America. I know that not everybody speaks English, and I'm fine with that. I have a lot of Vietnamese friends. I have a lot of Hispanic friends. But whatever it is that you need to say, if you're representing our city, your words need to be made known to the general public of our city. So that's my second issue. My third issue is we've had a number of meetings that have gone well past midnight. Is there a way that we can either have more meetings, because I know some of our meetings have been canceled? Can we have more meetings so we are not up until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? I can't stay up all night, you know, to be able to listen and participate. I work, and, you know, I'm thankful for my job, but this is ridiculous that we have to go on for so long. So we need to kind of get our act together and stay focused on the business at hand, quit a high school attacking each other, and let's just focus on our business, get stuff done, and be conscious of everybody's time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I apologize for not pronouncing this correctly. It's Edel. E-I-T-E. Hi.
Yeah, it's idle. It's perfectly fine. I'm used to it. Thank you though
Okay.
for tonight. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to just to touch on section 5.1, the housing element update. My name is Idle Brunswig. I am a professional union carpenter, and I do believe that the city should implement a local hire requirement and also a skilled and trained workforce to this agenda. I've been a carpenter for nearly 10 years now, and with the city of Westminster implementing this language, it would give me the ability to work near I live, also giving me more time with my friends and family, and allowing me to stimulate the economy where I live instead of other cities where I typically would be working. Also, with the trend of the world going green, it would also enable me to do my part, drive less, and to better the environment and to help out with the green emissions and so on. Also, I would just like to say thank you to the city, to all the council members. I think you're doing a great job, and the trend with the development and everything going forward, I think is great. Now, I would like some of the work to have that language involved. That way, again, I could work in the city where I live and be happier, close to home. But that is it, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. At this time, last call for anyone who would like to speak. Please raise your hand.
Nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu, xin quý vị hãy giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết.
Okay, Terry Rains.
Good evening. I attended Margie Rice's funeral on August 13th. It was nice to see many current and former city officials and staff there, but notably absent was Mayor Ta, and no one seemed to know why. Council, please pull item 3.4 from the consent calendar and ask CityNet why the new report format does not show cumulative data and why the map shows only 6 locations were visited, yet 71 encounters were reported with just 1 street exit. Were encounters the same people at the same locations repeatedly? Please pull item 3.5, an update on this very important Westminster Mall specific plan process should not be buried in the consent calendar. It appears the owners and their developer partners just want to build unaffordable, above moderate income housing with little to no retail, entertainment, hotel, or office space except Kaiser. Asked staff to explain, quote, Westminster has long had what is defined as a surplus of retail, which means there is not adequate buying power in the localized region to support more retail, end quote. Creative solutions may be needed to ensure the project does not ultimately have a negative effect on the general fund. The housing element update doesn't even reflect the correct updated RENA number, which is 9,759 units. The potential inventory by mixed use area is troubling, with 90% of the units at the mall site being above moderate income versus about 30% for the other sites, possibly violating the furthering fair housing requirements of AB 686. I hope the Little Saigon blueprint for investment succeeds, but unless the majority of businesses owners step up and participate, it won't. Previous attempts to revitalize the area have failed. The only survey conducted targeted high school age Vietnamese Americans. Opinions of the non-Vietnamese and us old farts don't matter. Challenges identified, including deteriorating properties, political and social turmoil, lack of organized leadership and engagement, no identity or branding, parking and access issues, and a general unwillingness of businesses to adapt to change and invest in their community. Cash only is not due to lack of technology. Good luck getting support for improvement and parking districts that will levy assessments on businesses that already do not pay their fair share of taxes. Item 5.4 increases the police chief compensation so the candidate selected by the city manager can be hired. This action will also raise the city manager's compensation once this person hired advances to the top step next year, while questions surround the city manager's performance. Why was the police chief hiring on the closed session agenda tonight? Council has no authority over it. It is rumored that council paused the hiring of the ACM in closed session due to having no confidence in the city manager. Come on, council, be transparent, be proactive, and just do what you know you have to do now. Finally, the city plans to open up the council chambers for meetings October 13th. Why it took a council member demanding this for this to happen is beyond me. Westminster's behind the curve on this, like everything else. I support translating Councilwoman Ho set TV interviews, as I have been trying to get that done myself. I would also like a translation of Councilman Doe's response to Ho's interview taped in Vietnamese a few days later. In fact, on behalf of the majority in this city who do not speak Vietnamese, I demand English translation of all appearances by all city officials discussing official city business on non-English media. And also I demand Mayor Ta stop allowing personal attacks in Vietnamese during oral comments. The city lost a good translator, Tina Doe, over this. Councilman Manzo couldn't even weigh in on the matter because he doesn't speak Vietnamese. And finally, the city manager's report will be called for at every meeting and moved up to the beginning of the meeting where it belongs. Councilwoman Ho, since this is your item, just how do you propose the city verify the 22 Quan Chi Monument Committee applicants actually qualify using the criteria you created? And who's supposed to do that verification? The city clerk's office is only checking IDs and voter registration with local registrars. Others would have applied, but they didn't since they didn't fall into one of the designations. And who determines if an applicant is controversial? Mayor Ta's sidekick, Nam Quan Win, sure is, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't qualify under the criteria either. I sent 2 emails to the city clerk listing problems with the applications, and council, you must interview these applicants all in person and ask them which designation they qualify under, their affiliations, etc. And a translator must be present so that Councilman Manzo can fully participate in the selection process. I am outraged at the 2 recall efforts underway, especially the one against Councilman Manzo. He has been dragged into this Vietnamese political cluster FU blank K, even though he didn't even vote on the monument in December. Public records prove the alleged grounds for his recall are baseless and factually incorrect. I heard a rumor Tyler Dipp is bragging about getting this recall going, and we know the usual suspects, including Godfather, Van Tran, and his thugs are behind it, along with our mayor and vice mayor. I will be watching their every move. You can bank on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is listed as City Clerk's #1 fan. Go ahead, City Clerk's #1 fan.
I had to figure out a way to make you laugh. Sometimes these meetings can be a little too serious, which I'm not saying isn't bad. So I agree with so much that's already been said through public comments so far. But I did want to touch on our Westminster's homelessness and our, I would say, the lack of response, really. I know we have, oh God, I had my notes up and my cat stepped on my phone. The company that we use to go out and, help our homeless. I honestly feel like those of us that have started kind of doing our own thing for the homeless, and Jody and Camilla have started up Cake. I really feel like when we have gone out with Cake, not having officials there with us, I feel like we connect with the people a lot more on a personal level. And it's amazing to me what we can do with a trip to Aldi and some donations from, many members of the public. And I feel like the trips that we've gone out and done, I walk away from that thinking, that we've made things better, even if we couldn't get them into a facility, a room, anything. And I would really, really, really like all of our council members to kind of step it up in this regards. I'd like to thank Mr. Manzo for really digging in deep when it comes to this issue. And I'd really like to see the others do so as well in their own respective areas, as well as all areas, because I believe some of them are still at large. So please, please, please get with, I would be willing to have any council member come out with me personally and help me, feed our homelessness in the evenings, make sure they have blankets, make sure that, they have the little things they need, at least that'll get them through the night. And I'm sure, I can't speak for Camilla or Jody, but I'm sure that they would gladly take you with as well. And I would love to kind of just get it out there again. If anyone is willing to donate, please contact Camilla or Jody, Jody Boyd, everybody knows Jody, to really help us help our city. And that's kind of all I have for the night. And yes, your city clerk is awesome and she deserves a raise. And that's all I'm going to say. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Camilla Overbeek. Camilla?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Camilla Overbeek, resident of Westminster. First, I'd like to say thank you to CityNet for finally providing a report that is closer to being accurate and honest. I'm happy to see that street exits actually match with placements. The residents of Westminster no longer have to wonder about alien abductions happening in this city, unlike the 122 street exits that were never accounted for. It's also nice not to have to do mental gymnastics to figure out your quote unquote annual net societal savings, which was basically a flat out lie. Second, the city recently posted a position for an outreach coordinator to work with the PD. To be quite honest, I was absolutely appalled to see the starting pay. It's as if you're hoping the position fails, especially as a pay increase for the chief of police sits on this agenda tonight. $19 and change for a 4-year degree is laughable when the starting officer pay with a mere 4 months of training starts at roughly $34.13. While here we are as a city paying CityNet $46.88 per hour for what? 71 outreach contacts? You realize that 71 contacts out of 160 hours means that they supposedly spent 2+ hours with each individual. That's a lie. Let's get real. I would also ask that the CityNet report be pulled, as we should have been questioning this all along, not just receiving and filing. And lastly, I'd just like to point out that I think it's wonderful that we're going to have a proclamation for to end hunger. However, what exactly is this city doing to help people? I know that there are residents in this city who go out and feed the homeless as often as they can. They spend time in their kitchens, making food, purchasing things, and going out and actually interacting. And yet, this city is making a proclamation as though you've done something. You have not. You've sat idly by and bickered between each other while individuals are homeless and they're going without food. Did none of you sit there and look at the census report when it came out? Do you not realize that the city of Westminster has a 15.5% poverty rate? What exactly do you think is going to happen when the rent moratorium ends? Should you not be working on something substantial to help those individuals so that we don't see more individuals and families on the streets? It's time for you guys to get over yourselves and do something for the community as a whole, not just certain subsections. The community needs leadership, and you are failing, absolutely failing. As for Councilmember Monzo, I would like to say, I appreciate you 1,000 times over. You took the time to sit with me and hear my concerns. I can't say that about many of the council members here. And as a final note, I would also like to say that perhaps Kimberly Ho's comments need to be translated, but I'm going to stand firm with so many other individuals who have spoken out. And if we're going to demand that hers are translated, then we're going to do it for everyone, because every person, every constituent in this city deserves to know what their elected officials are saying. So with that, I bid you a good night, but please make sure you can look yourselves in the mirror and really, really understand and know and truly believe that what you're doing for the city is absolutely right, because I don't think many of you can.
Okay. Last call for speakers. If you just raise your hand.
Xin hỏi là có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu hay không? Nếu quý vị muốn phát biểu, xin quý vị hãy giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết. Đây là lần cuối chúng tôi hỏi về cái việc này.
All right, I don't see any hand raised, right? City Clerk?
Nope,
so
not at all.
I'd like to close oral communication, and I'd like to respond to.
And before that, may the interpreter be excused?
Well, so the interpreter has to stick around for public hearing in case we have anyone who likes to speak on public hearing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, and I apologize for that. Thank you
so much. Yes, I don't have a habit to respond to comment in oral communication, but for Ms. Jody Boyd, I would like to respond. I'm not appreciative with her statement and her language against the Vietnamese American community who live in Westminster. That completely inappropriate. The Vietnamese immigrant came to this city, really helped the city, develop the city. So all the language she tried to accuse the Vietnamese American community, I could not believe it. That is outrageous. 5 of us here, we may not agree with each other in any policy, but I believe all 5 members of the city, we here to representing everyone in the city, the Vietnamese and non-Vietnamese. So I'm not appreciate with Miss Jody Boy's statement. That totally against the Vietnamese community. I think enough is enough. She's more than welcome to call me by name or use any language to against me. That's okay with me. But do not ever use any inappropriate language to against the Vietnamese American community here. Thank you.
I want to take second the mayor comments. I think that we are here to serve everyone in the city, and I stated before, and I say that again. You know, I was elected by thousands of voters out there. But I'm here to serve for those who are voting for me or not voting for me. I'm here for the sake of the city. So I am against of any comments against any particular race and ethnicity. We in the city, we need to work together. We need to, you know, give a positive input. You know, instead of, you know, trying to talk bad about this people, these people, that people. I mean, you know, I don't think we need to do that. I think from now on, if you could stop doing that, I think that's, and also, you know, I knew, I want to respond on behalf of the mayor too. I don't know that you want to talk about it, but last Saturday at the event of, council or mayor, former mayor Bryce, you know, I know that the mayor was out of town with his family, and he left for a week long. So, you know, that's why he wasn't there. But see, since you don't know about it, you are going on here, you know, comments that where was he? Look like that you tell him that he, you know, he wasn't care about it. You know, this is just dividing the community. I think we should, if you want to learn whether, before you speak, call him directly and ask, where were you? Why didn't you attend? I think it's better for us to do that before we actually, you know, comment something that we didn't know about, making people think that, you know, the council are not doing their job or making the council look bad. I don't think that's the way to do it. That's all for me.
Thank you. Next, consent calendar or matter list under the consent calendar I consider routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of this item unless member of the city council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
I'd like to pull item 3.5 for staff report.
All right.
To pull item 3.4 as well, please.
All right. So I like to move the rest of the item from consent calendar,
I second
but
it.
item 3.4 and 3.5.
I second.
All right. We have a motion and second.
Yes, that's a motion made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Ho to approve the consent calendar, except for items 3.4 and 3.5. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item 3.5. Oh, 4 first. CityNet homeless service report. All right, Mr. Bond, please.
Good evening. Just for the record, my last name is Bates, B-A-T-E-S. There's a typo on my screen. But yeah, my name is Matt Bates. I'm the Vice President for CityNet. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. Always good to spend some time with you and talk about homeless services in the city. The report is submitted as you've seen. I will take questions on that after a brief report. Wanted to talk a little bit about some important happenings in the region that impact the city of Westminster. So it's been mentioned in this meeting about COVID, and that continues to be and a major focus of our teams, not only on outreach and engagement to share information about safety protocols and to distribute PPE and other safety equipment, but also about information about testing and vaccination sites for the homeless community. So we continue that to have that as a point of emphasis on our outreach and engagement, but also for our staff. Like all agencies, we're still wrestling with this and trying to keep our staff safe and dealing with that. So we're fortunate that we haven't had significant service disruptions in the city of Westminster, but we appreciate the patience and understanding of the city as the future remains an unknown to us and to all service agencies that are engaged in the provision of services to the homeless neighbors. There's some funding announcements that I wanted to alert you to that in case you're not aware. In the past, I talked about the vouchers that are available because of the COVID pandemic that have been released to connect homeless neighbors and also for those that are on the verge of homelessness that are struggling with their housing and in danger of losing their housing. There's 1,000 vouchers, over 1,000 that are been allocated for the County of Orange. And so those are in the process of being, connected to individuals. So that's a really kind of once in a generation occurrence that number of vouchers would become available. And so the CityNet, along with all of our partners in the continuum of care, is working hard to get clients who are good candidates for those vouchers to be document ready and active within the coordinated entry system. And advocating for those clients within the coordinated entry system so that as those vouchers become available, the right clients, the most vulnerable clients can be connected to those vouchers. There's also been some funding. So just recently, the County of Orange, the Continuum of Care, received $24 million from HUD. That's in line with, it's normally 22, 24, somewhere in there that the Continuum of Care receives from HUD. In addition to that, the state of California on July 19th announced an extension of a program, the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program. These are state funds that were initially set aside pre-COVID from state surplus funds. And the cities and the mayors and elected officials lobbied Sacramento to the governor's office to release those funds for homelessness. Again, this was back when there was a state surplus, but the needs of homelessness across the state continue to be such a major issue that they have written that into the legislation for the next 2 years. And so they announced $12 billion across the state over the next 2 fiscal years. For the more relevant to the city of Westminster, for this current fiscal year, the one that we're in, 2021 to 2022, the Orange County Continuum of Care will have $10 million of those funds. The County of Orange, under the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, will have $9.5 million. And then the city of Anaheim and the city of Santa Ana each have $10 million direct allocations to those cities, as they are 2 of the 13 largest cities in the state. And those 13 cities lobbied together to get direct allocations. Those funds are relevant to Westminster because they will improve the system of care across the region. And so the more beds that become available, whether you're talking about shelter beds at the very front end of the continuum of care, all the way to permanent supportive housing beds at the back end of the continuum of care, the more resources that there are, the more options and the more opportunities there are to connect homeless neighbors to resources and to shelter, with the goal of ending their homelessness in the city of Westminster. So this is all good news. Again, this is these are sort of unprecedented times in a lot of ways, and unprecedented in terms of danger and challenges faced by COVID, but also unprecedented in terms of some of the opportunities that have been presented. And the continuum of care across the county of Orange continues to work hard to take full advantage of the opportunities that exist to connect people to resources. With that, I'll conclude my report and take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you so much for your report. Any question from member of the City Council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I like to always, I think this is a really important subject. It's, there's really it's a really difficult subject. And I think that only with community engagement and our city engagement that we can try to tackle this. So I want to honor the requester that wanted to pull this item, an opportunity to ask a couple questions. I have a couple questions of my own, but I believe that Camila Overbeek had requested for it to be pulled. May I ask her if she has a question that for our CityNet? Does she give an opportunity to ask her question?
I
Okay?
believe she already spoke in oral communication.
But we did this before in other meetings. If she doesn't want to, that's fine. I'll ask the question myself. On your report, it says you had 71 contacts. I know you previous reports, it was kind of hard because it was contacts that happened many months ago. For the current month, do you take a log of the person's name that you made contact with, and give a report on your log system that where they were, what help was offered, and if they accepted the offer? Do you guys have a log like that? Because in the previous reports, a lot of it was like I said, from months past and not so much that current month. Do you take a log like that? Like
yes.
The 71 contacts that you report for this month, for July.
Correct. So everything, all of our work really is entered into the homeless management information system. So in the field, the outreach and engagement workers are logging everything from the field. And so they're using the GIS technology on their phones, entering directly into the county homeless management information system. So all 71 of those contacts are all logged with time, date, geolocation, name. Now from there, it depends on the client. So the amount of information that we gather, sometimes it's quite extensive. If a client agrees to a full intake, there are a number of questions that we're required to ask. For example, if we wanted to, qualify a client for permanent supportive housing and advocate for them through the coordinated entry system, there's quite a lot of documentation and questions that need to be asked. In other cases, if it's a first or a second or initial contact and you're just building trust, very often a client those kind of questions will come later on. And so what you may have is just the name, location, timestamp, and then, as you said, the type of service that has been offered. And again, for outreach and engagement, very often that service is just trying to build trust and towards the goal of connecting people to the beginning steps, the beginning resources that exist within the local continuum of care.
And then in that same log, do you keep on there like how many times you made contact with that person, that same individual?
Correct.
And then
So that it may be duplicated within any period of within any reporting period. There may be multiple contacts with the same individual, as noted in the footnotes of the report.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like I said, the previous reports, there was a lot of in there about months past, not so much the current month.
Correct, and we're trying to change it. That's why that was one of the reasons for the change of format, is that the past reports did have the report of activities from the previous month, but because it went back several years, times it would get lost. We still have all of that data, by the way, so we can. Our thinking, though, is that is more appropriate to like a quarterly report or an annual report that we would submit to the city, and that the monthly reports really should just be a kind of a snapshot, easily digestible, easily understood of the kind of high points of the work from the previous month. So that's hence the rationale behind the transition.
So, like, what's the difference between? So when you say contacts and engaged clients, so, and I know you put it on here, or you didn't really put it on here, but I mean, contacts is just somebody you just spoke to just briefly. I mean, and what's engaged? I mean, you had a long.
Yes, on this. So on the second page, at the bottom of the second page, we have the definition for outreach contracts and client engagement. Essentially, an engagement is when the client agrees to a case management relationship with CityNet. They are saying, hey, I'd like you to help me in a case management plan. Now, 99 times out of 100, that case management plan includes housing or is exclusively housing. But there are times if the client is interested in jobs or education or other resources, we work hard to help them get connected to whatever they want to get connected to in a case management plan. But it's a formal plan with milestones, and the client signs a document that gives us permission to work on their behalf and to seek out resources on their behalf. An outreach contact is really generally precedes that kind of a case management relationship, and that's one where you're just building trust. Certainly you are offering assistance, and there are many cases where clients in the initial contact will take assistance and will be transported to shelter that same day. But very often it takes some time to build trust before a client is open to that kind of relationship. So those two categories, we derived those categories. Those definitions come from HUD, and we match them with what the county our healthcare agency uses for outreach and engagement, because many cities that we work, the cities may have a relationship with CityNet for some homeless clients, and may have a relationship with the healthcare agency for others, or mental health clients that are also experiencing homelessness. And so we wanted to match terminology.
Okay. And then also, thank you for that. Also, in the city of Westminster, how many individuals have you been able to trying to get them to qualify for a voucher? Do you have that information?
We do have that information. So that would be that would come from the coordinated entry list, and so I'll have to look that up and get that back to. I'll route that back to city staff.
Okay.
And they can distribute that to you.
All right.
But I'll make a note of that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your reporting.
All right.
May I have a question?
Please.
Speak. I have questions. Is any effort that were made to help the homeless people get vaccinated?
So there's been a lot of efforts across the county to encourage vaccinations and to make those available. The place where it's, I'd say there's been the most success has been within the shelter system, and because there are because the entities that are administering the vaccinations can show up and they know that there's going to be a group of people there that they can talk to and that they can sign up and that they can administer the vaccination. There has been some, events where vaccination events to the general public on the streets. But mainly what we've done is encourage people to avail themselves of the publicly available vaccination locations. So we try to educate ourselves on where those are locally and encourage clients to take advantage of that resource.
Is there any effort has been made to have a what we call, maybe a mobile vaccination? I mean, we all know that it's really easy to help those who are in the shelter, but those who refuse to come to the shelter and they're just floating around the public area. Is there any effort that has been made to reach out and try to bring the vaccine to them and help them if they agree?
Yeah, the healthcare agency I know has done some of those kind of mobile events where they have brought the resources to people where they're living. As I say, I'm trying to remember they did report on rates of vaccination, and as near as they could tell, the homeless population in Orange County. This is I'm paraphrasing from Jason Austin, who's just until recent, the last week was the Office of Care Coordinator, the head of the Office of Care Coordination for the county, and he was reporting that I think it was 60% of the homeless population that they could measure had been vaccinated. But of course, that's like so many other things with homelessness, it's difficult to measure a population that's transient by nature, and many of whom are have the right to refuse to even answer questions like that. But as near as I could tell, they were around 60%. And I think that data came mostly from the shelters. But they also, I do know that they have done some of those kind of mobile events that you're talking about.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your report.
All right. Any other question?
Yes, I want to, again,
please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to give an opportunity for Camila to ask a question. I know and we've done this in the past, so if council doesn't mind, I would like to give her an opportunity to ask a question.
Okay, I give only one exception, but I mean, like, it's not like, every item. So the member of the public going to ask, so, up to the point that, so how can we conduct the business?
It's just one question.
Okay,
All
so
right,
now
I believe it is in your decision. You as the mayor, you run the meeting. It's your decision to run this one.
if the council still believe that I'm running a meeting, so I mean, like, Miss Overbeck already spoke in oral communication. That is my rule.
Okay.
And that is, the rule that we apply to everyone. So I mean, like, I want to continue the meeting.
All right.
Yeah. All right. All right. Any question?
Move to approve.
From a member on the city council?
I just want to thank Matt Bates from CityNet for your help. And if you can just get us that information, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Will do. Thank you.
I move to approve.
Second it.
All right. We have the motion and second to receive and file this item.
Yes. Motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. And that's to receive and file the report. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Ta.
Yes.
And motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So next item, 3.5, update on Westminster Mall.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is an update on the Westminster Mall specific plan. As the council knows, the city's general plan lays out 6 mixed-use districts around the city that were identified for increased development and density with the general plan. Tonight's item is regarding the Westminster Mall specific plan, which is the first specific plan of those 6 districts. We started this process with community outreach during the calendar year of 2019, followed by a great deal of work performed by staff, several of our consultants, and in parallel, the property owners who have been in consultation with us so that we can achieve a good and implementable project and specific plan. We went into this process thinking it would take a couple of years. We didn't know at the time, quite honestly, what we were getting into. There are a lot of different things that have been uncovered along the way and challenges that we are working through, not the least of which is, of course, the pandemic and the deep impacts that it continues to have on the retail landscape and what the future of that looks like. The staff report lays out these various issues, but staff believes at the end of the day, we're having very productive conversations at this point and being in a position to start making decisions to get us to that specific plan. We're looking to finalize this timeline and a path forward over the next few weeks and hopefully bring the specific plan to the City Council at the beginning of 2022. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Do we have any question from member on the City Council?
Yeah, hi, Alexa, thank you. I mean, at the time, I know I've attended a lot of those workshops in the past. I know there was a lot of speak about, you know, the desire to have that real mixed use feel. As far as, you know, like you talk about in your staff report, the need to not lose that, you know, that the revenue that we much need, you know, that we need for our city, as far as making sure that these developers that come, the potential developers that want to build something, that they follow the model of having a real destination location. As far as currently, the thing that attracts most people is the dining and the dining and entertainment part of it. I mean, that's the most driving force as far as being a destination location. Is that something that the staff is really trying to get in there to make sure that developers understand that?
Yes, absolutely. We talk regularly with what we talk about, the there. What is the placemaking? What is the reason that you go to this re-envisioned space?
Yeah.
And it is 100% a top priority for us, along with ensuring that the general fund is protected. Absolutely.
And creating that unique buying experience, because as you speak about the online sales, that's taking a lot of that shopping experience away. But as you know, other downtown or areas, other up and coming areas that have that unique buying experience that you don't get at a typical mall, or, you know, so you don't get in the online shopping experience. So those are the things that we need to take the opportunity to push that narrative, that's what our city needs, and that's what we're looking for. I know that was part of a lot of the workshops, that was a lot of what was going on. People were conversing about that want. So.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
No question?
Councilmember Ho, yeah.
Yes, I know this project has been a long time coming, and it's been in the works since I came on board 2016-17 until now. So that's a period of about 5 years in the making. And I am saying that if there's any consolation, I'd say that it's absolutely okay to go slow now, because there's so much still up in the air in regards to the retail climate. I'm a business person, so I'm very aware that we, number one, the business community constantly have to reinvent themselves in order to survive. They almost have to reinvent or die. So, as they evolve, they are evolving. So imagine if you had built something in 2016-17 when I first came on, and it was in a rush, in a hurry. I think it would be totally different. The need might have changed. You might agree with that. Now we're in 2021. And so I think it's okay to go slow. The only thing I ask is, number one, I mean, we are talking about repurposing the mall. The mall has a different purpose now than it did before. As we can see around us, and as we could see with our everyday lives and work environment, our lives have changed tremendously in the last year with the pandemic, and so how we work from home, we Zoom, we do things a lot differently now. So I'm absolutely okay with going slow. Of course, I am looking forward, very much so, to finalizing or seeing something that will come to fruition in the near future. So I am looking forward to that. That will come out with the mall, Westminster Mall. And you and I have talked quite a few times with Matt, and so I am very aware of what is going on there and what the plans are. And I'm offering you, if you need to, being that this mall is in my district, if there's any need for me to go and meet and say hello to these folks, and if there's anything you need from me, Alexa, let me know. I'll do everything I can to get things moving. I think you guys are doing a great job. I know Chet, when he was here, this was, probably his main, his main, or one of the many things that he's got on his plate, but this is one of them. And so I'm really looking forward to it. And like I said, there's nothing to be sorry about, that it is going slow. I believe we will have a better mall now that, we're going through this pandemic, and then coming out of it, we will have a better idea of how to repurpose this mall. So that's just my statement. I don't have a question for you. All my questions have been answered by you when we sat down together, a couple times, like I said. Thank you.
Alexa, I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I know when Chad was here, and Chad and you guys and staff have put up a couple of community meetings, and they were very productive meetings. And I believe that we also have a lot of feedbacks from our community here. Are we planning to have another meeting, or are you ready to have another meeting like that? And when, if so, then when?
Yes, thank you for that. Community outreach has been a very important part of this process, and we are planning to continue some community outreach and get back to the community. I don't have a timeline for that. That is one of the things that we will be mapping out here in the next few weeks, but we absolutely do intend to continue engaging with the community as this process unfolds. Through the earlier engagement, I do have an active email list of about 1,300 people that have asked for updates on the mall. They were notified of this meeting, for example, and we'll continue to use all of our social media tools and so forth to do that outreach when that meeting is scheduled, so that we can get as much participation as possible.
Well, I pulled up items so that we can get an update from you, and I think that we are satisfied with your answer. So I move to approve to receive and file this item.
A second.
All right, we have the motion and second.
Can I ask a couple of questions before?
Please.
Alexa, thank you very much for this report. But you know what, the reason I asked for the report, number one, we'd like to know the status of it. And this is a very detailed report, but in the future, would you be so kind, or any staff, when they ask for a report, please make a presentation so that we have it on record, so that the public can at least have understanding of what's going on instead of reading this report. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. So we have the motion and second to receive and file this item.
Yes, motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Ho to receive and file. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right. Next item, public hearings.
Yes, so Mayor, at this time, our consultant who's going to be doing the presentation for public hearing item 4.1 is unavailable at the moment, still stuck in another meeting. So I'd like to request if council is okay with this, and it just requires a motion and a second too, but we'd like to move items 5.1 and 5.2 before 4.1, just to give a little bit of time.
All right, so may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
So we have the motion and the second to move item 5.1 and 5.2 forward.
Yes, thank you. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0 to move 5.1 and 5.2 forward.
All right, item 5.1, housing element update. Alexa, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have our consultants with us this evening to give a presentation on our housing element update. As you know, this is a lengthy endeavor that all jurisdictions within the state are undertaking. It happens every 8 years. It is the housing element is part of our general plan. So this update is independent of our larger general plan and is specific to accommodating the number of housing units that are assigned to us through the RENA, along with meeting other state requirements. So we have De Novo Planning here with us this evening. They'll be giving a presentation with Amanda Tropiano and Megan Thorne, and I would like to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Alexa. Again, my name is Amanda Tropiano, a principal with De Novo Planning Group, and it's nice to see you all again tonight. I have a brief presentation for you, and then we'll be available to answer any questions you have on this important project. All right. So as a reminder, we are in a multi-year effort to comprehensively update the City of Westminster's housing element. This planning period is for the 2021 through 2029 8-year planning period. We initiated this work in late 2020 and spent the initial work effort consulting with your community and engaging them in a discussion on their housing priorities. We also have completed a robust assessment of existing conditions and are working to prepare your draft housing element. Today, we're here to talk specifically about 2 key components of your draft housing element, including the site's inventory and past accomplishments. Moving into the fall of this year, we'll be facilitating a series of public hearings with your planning commission and with your city council in order to arrive at an adopted housing element and share that housing element with the Department of Housing and Community Development, or sometimes called HCD. So we're starting again with the premise that the state of California is in a serious housing crisis, and that has affected 2 key factors related to housing at the local level, including the affordability of housing and the availability of housing. So one of our requirements as part of your housing element update is to consider the city's progress towards meeting past programs. So understanding all of the great work the city has done over the past 8 years and recognizing those accomplishments. Through this process, we also evaluate the city's existing goals, policies, and programs to determine if they continue to be valid, if they should be modified, or if additional work is necessary to reflect community priorities. Additionally, some of the existing programs will be specifically revised or added in order to comply with state law, in particular regarding the topics of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which we'll speak to more later, site identification, the development code requirements, and other legislative requirements. So what has the City of Westminster been able to accomplish that was identified as part of its prior housing element? There are a number of wonderful accomplishments that the city has undertaken that we're excited to share with your community and with HCD in order to show that Westminster truly is a partner in expanding the region's housing stock. The city has launched a new geographic information system that provides interactive, easy to read information to interested parties regarding property information, such as its general plan and zoning requirements. The city has also undertaken a rezone of underperforming commercial property, resulting in the production of new mixed use and affordable developments. 3 new affordable units were subsidized through various funding efforts, including Home and Seraph, and an additional 50-unit affordable development subsidized by Seraph was completed in construction, and an additional project will be completed in late 2021. Also, this seems like a long time ago, but the city during this planning period also adopted a brand new general plan, which proactively planned to strategically accommodate new growth and development in key mixed use areas, allowing for new dense development for resulting in the production of more affordable units. One of these areas, of course, is the Westminster Mall site. The Housing Authority also oversaw the development of 115 affordable units serving extremely low, very low, and low income households. And the city has entered into a countywide housing trust in order to maximize the work associated with sheltering the region's homeless population. Cities also implemented a new permitting and case tracking system in order to help better track product type and affordability. During the 2014 to 2021 RHNA period, the city will have produced 503 housing units. And as we all know, the city's RHNA for this prior period was a grand total of 2 units. So your production resulted in approximately 250 times your 5th cycle RHNA. We're especially excited to demonstrate that very low and low income units were produced in addition to those serving the above moderate income households. And the city produced a surplus of units at the very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income categories. So moving forward and planning for the next cycle, the 2021 to 2029 period. We wanted to start with just an understanding of what is actually included in your housing element. It's going to include a housing needs assessment, which demonstrates the types of housing that are required to serve your existing and future residents. We'll look at an inventory of your existing housing stock to assess its continued viability. We will be looking at assessing fair housing issues, understanding constraints to developing housing at all income levels, including governmental and non-governmental constraints. We'll be looking at resources available to result in the actual production of units and the preservation of the city's existing affordable housing stock, and then refining the goals, policies, and programs required to support the housing element. The city has received a state mandated RHNA for the 2021 to 2029 planning period of over 9,700 units. We have discussed this at prior study sessions and discussions with both the Planning Commission and the City Council and with the community. We are tasked again with determining the city's ability to accommodate that number of units, with the understanding that the City of Westminster does not build housing units. The city's job is to demonstrate that there is sufficient land available to accommodate the private market's development of housing units. The RHNA is broken down into income categories, which describe the number of units that need to be made available at various densities in order to accommodate appropriate income levels. Of the city's approximately 9,700 unit allocation, just under 1,900 are allocated for very low income households. Those are households that earn 50% or less of the median income. Another 1,470 units allocated for those in the low income category, 51 to 80% of the area median income. Just under 1,800 units affordable to moderate income households, 81 to 120%, and the remainder, approximately 4,600 units, suitable for above moderate income households earning 120% or more of the area median income. There are also a number of pieces of legislation that the city is required to consider as part of its housing element update. These were included as part of the presentation in the staff report, but I would like to highlight a few that warrant some further attention. There are a number of bills related to removing barriers that result in the actual production of new housing units, various requirements to allow specific types of uses by right, decisions regarding the way a city disposes of surplus land, requirements related to the development and regulation of accessory dwelling units or ADUs, various other housing element laws resulting from the 2017 housing package, and AB 686, which requires the city to consider fair housing issues as part of its housing element update. This is one I wanted to spend a few moments diving a little deeper into. So AB 686 is affirmatively furthering fair housing. What this does is it requires cities to consider as part of their housing element update their ability to affirmatively further fair housing goals. This is now codified into California state law, although it is something that the City of Westminster and many other agencies have always participated in. It is now clearly a requirement to be considered as part of your housing element update. And in particular, AB 686 defines the role of affirmatively furthering fair housing as taking meaningful actions that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity. And this is relevant for communities of color, persons with disabilities, and other protected classes. Again, AB 686 adds an affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis to the city's housing element, and that is for housing elements adopted starting in 2021. So these are the first round of housing elements subject to this requirement. This also includes an analysis of how the city accommodates its RHNA in ways that promote patterns of integration and reduce patterns of segregation. So we have to look at the role of sites alongside its ability to affirmatively further fair housing. And in order to comply with AB 686 and support fair housing practices in the community, we will modify existing programs and add new programs that clearly articulate the city's commitment to affirmatively furthering fair housing. Some of these types of programs that we propose be considered for inclusion in the draft housing element include public education programs in multiple languages, continuing the great work that the city is doing to engage a variety of community members in the discussion to explain fair housing programs. We understand that this is an ongoing effort, and we want to recognize and record that in the housing element so that it can be codified into the programmatic approach to fair housing. We also will be looking at expanding partnerships with both regional and state fair housing service providers to help reduce impediments to fair housing choices, promote the development of housing at all income levels, including affordable housing throughout the community. So it's not concentrated in any particular area, but dispersed throughout the community to promote economic integration. We will be looking at studying potential economic displacement as a result of redevelopment in some of the city's infill sites, and working to actively recruit diverse residents to serve on commissions, boards, or committees. Moving on to the second topic for the presentation, focusing on the draft site inventory strategy. So we discussed again that the city has received a regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, of approximately 9,700 units. We need to include in the housing element a description of how these units can be accommodated within the city of Westminster. And we have a few ways of being able to describe the ability to meet the city's RHNA. First, we get to look at approved housing projects or mixed use projects that receive a certificate of occupancy on or after June 30th of this year. So that wasn't a long time ago, but any units that have come online in the last 6 weeks, we get to take credit for those. We also get to look at projects in the application pipeline, so projects under consideration but are not yet approved. Then we need to fill the gap with other types of sites in order to accommodate the city's RHNA. The first type of site we look at are accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units. And we can support that assumption with evidence at the local level of the history of production of ADUs in Westminster. We also will be looking at the units envisioned to be part of a future Westminster Mall specific plan. Other areas identified for mixed use development in the city's general plan, and underdeveloped residential areas outside of the city's mixed use zones that could be, that is able to accommodate additional development beyond what is currently on the ground. So not all sites are created equal. We have a number of criteria that must be considered when determining appropriate sites. We need to look at the existing site condition. Westminster is largely built out, so the vast majority of your sites have uses on them already, and that requires a special type of analysis. We also need to look at the realistic capacity of each site. Not every site will develop at its maximum density. We also need to look at size and ownership patterns and the city's history of successful development. The table in front of you presents an overview of the way these strategies can translate to accommodating the city's RHNA. So there are a number of units currently under construction, approximately 469, at various income levels, including very low, low, and above moderate. We get to use those as credits towards demonstrating progress towards your 6th cycle RHNA. We also get to look at projects that are approved and entitled, but not yet under construction. And there are approximately 127 units within that category. When we deduct these credits from the city's original RHNA, we are left with a remaining RHNA to demonstrate the city's ability to accommodate of approximately 9,140 units. So how do we get there? The first thing we're going to look at again are projects in process, and this is largely related to the potential development at the Westminster Mall site. There are other projects in process that are also accommodated within this category. Those projects in process that are not yet approved, but could theoretically come online during the future 8-year planning period, provide the city with approximately 2,639 units. We also, again, get to look at the future production of accessory dwelling units over the 8-year period. So projecting using recent evidence as to the number of ADUs produced on average over the past 3 years, we have estimated the city will result in a production of approximately 600 new ADUs from 2021 to 2029. And then the final 2 categories look specifically at underutilized sites that are currently developed with non-residential uses. So with uses like commercial, office, industrial, or civic uses. And those result in the production of approximately 6,622 units at all income levels. And then there are additional opportunities, again, in underdeveloped residential areas outside of the city's mixed use zones, suiting above moderate and moderate income households, resulting in approximately the capacity of 1,226 units. You can see, as summarized on the screen, that this general strategy results in a small surplus of sites at all income levels, which I would like to say is a major accomplishment given the city's very large RENA allocation for this cycle. So this is largely in response to the city's, again, proactive work on updating its general plan and ensuring that those mixed use areas are suitable for new development. Shown on the screen is an illustration of those sites that meet those basic criteria and have been included for consideration as part of this review process. We're not here tonight to make a determination as to these specific sites or validity. We are here to share with you the strategy and approach and ensure that we're moving consistent with the council's direction in order to accommodate its RENA. Shown in yellow are those sites where there is additional capacity in residential areas to develop at a higher density. Those parcels shown in pink are those within mixed use areas that are currently developed as non-residential sites. And then we've also identified the Westminster Mall site. This approach relies on several assumptions that I want to be very transparent about. It specifically excludes any existing mobile home communities from the analysis. No redevelopment of any mobile home community is considered as part of the city's housing element program. However, we do need to look at sites that are a little smaller than what HCD typically likes to see. They would like for all sites to be within half an acre to 10 acres. But many sites in Westminster are just smaller than that. So we will be analyzing the inclusion of sites that are a quarter acre or larger. We also will be looking at underdeveloped residential areas outside of the mixed use sites, really suiting the above moderate and moderate income needs. And again, underdeveloped residential sites can yield additional development beyond what is currently there. Underutilized sites within the city's mixed use areas, again, are currently developed largely as commercial or public uses. And these sites are especially critical in order to accommodate the city's RENA because they allow for densities of at least 30 DUs an acre, which is the threshold that the state looks for in order to determine if a site can be suitable for accommodating your lower income RENA allocation. So this density is really, really important, and it has allowed the city to consider these sites as part of its inventory. We also will be required to assign a mix of affordability levels to these sites in order to accommodate the range of units. And I did want to emphasize the process again that we described at the beginning, which is working with the community and with your planning commission and city council to arrive at a draft housing element that will be reviewed by HCD, and they will be able to consider the viability of these sites as part of their review. So it is possible that we will need to further refine those sites and assumptions described here in order to continue demonstrating the city's ability to accommodate its RENA. Some potential programs that would support the success of this approach include lot consolidation programs to help the redevelopment of those smaller sites. Another item we may consider is implementing a minimum density in your mixed use areas. There are no minimum densities identified in the current general plan, but by providing a minimum threshold of density in these mixed use areas, the city can help promote more dense and affordable development and provide more confidence in terms of the expected development patterns in these areas. We also are exploring the way that the city could study the viability of some sort of overlay or other planning mechanism to promote the production of more affordable housing units, and ways to further streamline the development of accessory dwelling units, including pre-approved architectural plans. So where are we headed next? We are, again, kind of in the thick of things, producing the draft housing element, which will be made available for public review and presented at a series of public hearings in order to gain community feedback, resolve any potential issues or concerns, and then that housing element, upon its adoption, will be shared with the state for review and certification. We expect this process to be ongoing for the remainder of the year. Again, there is a target date for cities to adopt their housing element in the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG region, by October 15th. However, the statute is such that it specifically builds in a 120-day grace period that the vast majority of agencies in the region will take advantage of in order to review and certify their housing elements. This is in large part due to the state's late guidance on their final RHNA numbers and the late guidance regarding the AB 686 fair housing assessment requirements. So we are on track to deliver the draft housing element in accordance with all required timeframes, and look forward to sharing that with you at a future meeting. So on this slide, I have summarized those potential programs that could support the first part of the presentation regarding fair housing, and those programs presented to support the site's inventory. This concludes my presentation, and am available to answer any questions you may have or receive any feedback or direction.
Amanda, I really appreciate your detailed report. That's amazing. And in the past, I used to remember that every time that I participate in SCAG meeting, like issue of RHNA is always like a challenge for many cities in the state of California. So looking at the report, based on your presentation, I think that so far we achieved our goal, but we still have a long way for the next 8 years. I'm really happy to see that ADU, I think, really helpful, and really sorry for mobile home. At the beginning, I thought that mobile home could be able to help in order to count for RHNA requirement, but it realized that it's not qualified for that requirement. So based on your experience and observation, how about the other city? Are they doing all right regarding housing element, or they still like have a lot of challenge?
Well, Westminster in particular, given its comprehensive update to its general plan, did a fantastic job of anticipating the need to accommodate additional growth at densities that can result in serving the needs of lower income households. So it is truly remarkable that we're in a position where we feel strongly the ability to demonstrate the city's ability to accommodate its RHNA without needing to identify additional sites or adjust zoning or density requirements. There are many cities not in such a favorable position that received very large RHNA allocations, and they are, it is a challenge this cycle in Westminster and elsewhere to demonstrate the city's ability to continue to accommodate its RHNA, especially in developed communities. So the city of Westminster is in a good position to demonstrate, again, that it can accommodate its RHNA and affirmatively further fair housing. There are lots of agencies that are continuing to work through these challenges, and we're hopeful that we can find a successful path forward here.
When I look at the number of RHNA requirement, does that mean that for the next 8 years, that our city, we have to meet all of that requirement? Am I right?
You need to continue to allow for appropriate land use decisions that demonstrate that the private market could develop housing in accordance with the market conditions. So the city is not required to produce this number of units. It is required to ensure there is sufficient land appropriately designated to allow for development.
I see. Okay.
I
I really appreciate your answer. Okay.
have a question for you, Amanda.
Yes.
Yes, would you be able to roll back to your table with with ADUs, the list of different that's got ADUs and a quantity of 600 units?
Yes.
You might be 3 or 4 slides back.
I believe are we on that screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to point out that I know you mentioned that since that number has been estimated based on the performance in the last 3 years. But I think I just want to make sure that, that number is very, very low. I'm and Alexa, you tell me if I'm right or wrong, but because if you base it on the last 3 years, we really haven't done much. I would say that we just got going, and I think we only finalized our ordinance. That was about 3 months, 5 months ago or so, Alexa. So really, we haven't started building. So I would have to say that that number is very low. Your average looks like it's 75 per year. But I think the last time I checked with staff, like about a year and a half ago, we were at like 100 something. So I would say because we just basically, we could do so much better and raise that number by, I would say 200 a year, that'll be 1,600. I'm not even being ambitious here. So, I'm just being realistic. So I think it's all about, there's a need, there's really a need for our residents to build more ADUs. I just think we're trying, and staff's done a great job, but I think they're now streamlining the process, and then they're going to really crank them out. So I would say we're definitely going to do a lot better than that number you have there. But I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
All right. So do we have any other question or any concern from Manatee City Council, please?
I have a question on this current slide that Councilmember Hope wanted you to pull up. How do we get to since the ADUs are private, how do we come up with the numbers as far as the levels of income for an ADU? How do we come about those numbers if it's all
Yes,
private?
thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. The Southern California Association of Governments conducted a robust study of rental rates for accessory dwelling units in Southern California over the past 18 months. They segmented those rates by subregion. So not all areas are created equal. There are findings based on Orange County. And they have determined, based on evidence, the distribution of accessory dwelling units by affordability level. And the HCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, has concurred with those findings and agree that the city can consider that distribution as relevant to its local agency. So in this situation, we have relied on those findings, again, which have been confirmed and reviewed by the state to ensure that this is an acceptable approach to assign those affordability levels. With that said, the city will include a program in its housing element to monitor the actual rental rates to the extent feasible, should they have information available, and be able to check in on progress towards the way ADUs are meeting these various affordability levels.
All right, thank you. I think it's important for us. I like all your bullet points as far as potential what we should do to, have a successful housing element. But I think too, I know it seems like a lot of the numbers, it seems like we're trying to be creative with the numbers, but I want to do as hard as possible job to try to make those numbers be as real as possible, to be able to set it up for a real world that, that attracts the developers to those, so we can come here. So I mean, so I like some of the bullet points that you have, but to me, we need to do everything possible to try to set it up for success, to be able to accomplish all these numbers. So so thank you for that.
I just have one more comment, or actually a question for you, Amanda. The ADUs, your number is 600. Does that include, I mean, are those a mix of junior ADUs and regular ADUs, or only junior ADUs? Because the last time I spoke to staff, Alexa, tell me if I'm wrong, we were counting only junior ADUs, or banking on those to be counted towards our arena numbers. So which one is it?
This is reflecting both ADUs and JADUs. Much like the SCAG methodology regarding the income distribution, we also are provided what HCD calls a safe harbor methodology for assuming the number of ADUs, which is an average of the past 3 years. I do recognize that in Westminster, you are off to the races in a different way, and that weighted average isn't necessarily reflective of future production. So following this meeting, we will continue to explore ways to potentially identify a larger projection of ADUs and have evidence to support that, particularly due to the city's more recent work in promoting the production of these units at a level higher than would be reflected by the average of the past 3 years. So this really represents the minimum threshold that we know we for sure can consider. And it sounds like there could be opportunity to identify an additional production level to help create more of a surplus at these income categories.
So Amanda, is your team following this for all 8 years? So are we going to be getting an update from your team every year, so that we perhaps get a more realistic number as the time comes? Or is this it from you, and then you're going to drop us and then we'll see you in 8 years?
I'll let Alexa answer that one.
Planning will be with us through the adoption of the housing element. And then we staff bring an annual update on housing production, because we do report that to the state every year. So we do keep track, and we provide that to you every year, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from our member of the City Council?
Amanda, I have questions. Okay, so we are doing well. Is that because of the planning, the community development planning that we have been doing, or I'm still kind of confused. How do we get to like 1,900 surplus by 2029?
Yes, the city again has proactively planned to accommodate growth before it had its RENA allocation as part of its comprehensive general plan update. The community came together and identified key areas where future growth could be accommodated. And those areas continue to serve the city well in demonstrating its ability to accommodate its RENA. So yes, the city has done well from a planning perspective and identified areas at densities allowing for at least 30 DUs an acre to accommodate a portion of its RENA. And there has been a number of units produced at various affordability levels, including lower income units, which have, demonstrated the city's commitment to accommodating units at all of the different income categories.
Thank you very much. Great job to the city staff. Thank you.
All right, anything else? I see none, so may I have a motion?
We gotta do, do we have to do public hearing?
Yeah, so staff recommend the mayor city council receive and file the representation and provide direction probably for the next public
Yeah,
hearing.
this one's not a public hearing. This one's not.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'd like to motion to approve, but do you need a motion direction as far as the proposed policies and programs that you have on there, Alexa?
Requesting it. We aren't requesting necessarily for you to provide us direction. However, if you would like to make any statements, to kind of continue to point us in a direction as you did earlier, that's helpful. But we don't need you to make a resolution about it.
Yeah, and I would just like to, I like the bullet points that you have, so I think I would like you guys to proceed that way. But at the same time, I think we talked about, and I think it's on here as far as identifying potential sites for an affordable housing project, similar to the Westminster Crossing. And I think that would come with the program as consolidating the smaller lots, right? To try to accomplish something like that. But yeah, I like those. So, I would like.
Is important.
Yeah, do that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question for Alexa. This program is kind of really complicated and comprehensive. I'm kind of really curious. I'm not asking you to do any extra work, but do you think that you could come up some report really kind of simplify the requirement, the process, so member of the public would able to digest and understand that easily, because this is kind of really technical, a lot of technical elements in this kind of item.
Yes, we can absolutely put together something that's, maybe kind of like a one-page, something digestible, some facts type of thing. Yeah, absolutely.
That's really good. And can you have that available on our city website?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I have a question for Alexa. I know you weren't here when the general plan was worked on, but how often do we work on the general plan? How often do we have a new one? Is that every 10 years?
To comprehensively update the general plan, it varies by community, having a lot to do with how relevant the general plan is, or how much money you have, honestly, to update it. They're lengthy undertakings. So, Amanda, you probably know better than I do, but 20 years isn't uncommon to wait that long to update a general plan in 25.
When was the last general plan updated?
2016, so about 5 years ago now.
Okay, whoever worked on that one did an excellent job. I know combination of staff or excellent staff plus the consultants, correct?
Yes, and actually Amanda was a part of that team.
Who?
Amanda was a part of the team that updated our general plan with a different firm, but
I see.
Yeah, I've been working, having the pleasure to work with this community on these topics for some time. And Alexa's absolutely right. There is a state requirement to update your housing element every 8 years, but there is no such similar requirement for your comprehensive general plan. In general plans are updated every 15 to 20 years. Barring any unusual change in course. So Westminster's general plan is very current and very modern, and should serve the city well for the coming 10 to 15 years. But focused updates are also possible if key topic areas need to be addressed specifically. Those can be undertaken on their own.
Yes, I like I said, the key, I think I don't know, maybe in hindsight, we realized that the general plan was played a key the key to this RENA numbers, and we're able to meet the RENA, well, projecting that we will be able to meet the RENA numbers. And so that was great. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
All right. I think we have a motion from Councilmember Menzo. Am I right?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
All right. So I second that motion. We have the motion and the second as recommended.
Yes, that's a motion to receive and file, and roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Mazo,
Yes.
There was an echo.
there is an echo. I think it's Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Vice Mayor, can you vote? I think he said yes. I heard that. Vice Mayor, I think he have a
Reception.
technical problem.
Yes, yes. Can you hear
I
me?
hear, okay, I hear is yes.
I don't know why you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
We can hear you.
me? Yes. Yes, I don't know why.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mayor Ta.
Yes.
You can hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now? I don't know why.
Might just be
But-
reception.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right.
Well, that motion carried 5-0.
All right. That's good. So next item 5.2, Little Saigon blueprint for investment. Alexa, please.
Yes, I would actually like to start this presentation with a video that we put together regarding this project. So let me share my screen.
This study was done, the timing was interesting because we had already entered the lockdown of the pandemic, and the city council had engaged them to
Sounds very low, Alexis. Can you adjust this?
do that in a couple different ways. And one of the processes that we went through was to put out a request for proposals for economic development specialists. Let's take this opportunity and work on this study to focus on Little Saigon and economic development. And the output of that was this blueprint for investment for Little Saigon.
It has been a part of the city history for the last 4 decades. And many changes have taken place in the city. And today, the Little Saigon community is a large and important part of the Westminster City specifically.
The approach for the blueprint was to create 2 different working groups, if you will. So there was an internal working group to the city. So we had different city staff members involved, and the consultant led us through discussions and discoveries, trying to gather data. And then we also assembled an advisory committee, and those were different stakeholders from the community, and they ranged from agencies like California Edison, all the way to people that had just grown up in the neighborhood. So we have a really nice representation from the Little Saigon community, whether they necessarily live there now or have history, and put together all these different voices and opinions. And so this group met in order to review and provide feedback on the information that the consultants were gathering.
What excites me the most about the blueprint is looking at how there is history in this community, but also looking at the evolution of it.
I think in Orange County, we call it Little Saigon area. We have about over 500,000 Vietnamese who live in Orange County alone. And Little Saigon is where the center of activities, where we have the Asian Garden Mall. We have many of the supermarket, many of the restaurants that were opened by Vietnamese owners, and they feature many different type of food from the north to the south of Vietnam.
I believe the city as a whole would benefit with this blueprint because Westminster needs to develop and reap the benefit of economic growth and development so that it doesn't fall behind to the rest of the cities.
The overarching goal is, let's really dig in and focus on how do we move this area forward, because it does have that historical significance. But when you have a place of the historical significance, sometimes, and this is across the board anywhere, it doesn't always mean that they're prepared for the future, if you will. No one wants to commute 2 hours to their job. We want those people to live here too. We want to have this interplay of families and small business owners being able to assemble and grow wealth. I mean, for a long time, that's really been the mainstay of how families, move themselves forward. One of the things that, we've known for a long time is that we, the city, we don't have a good kind of talking relationship with a lot of the businesses and the influencers of Little Saigon.
Advance the growth and development of Little Saigon specifically, but also the development and growth of the entire city as a whole that would benefit all of its residents, doesn't matter which part of the city they live in. I think what's exciting is that it's present many opportunities and some are short-term, some are middle range term.
Little Saigon is known for tourism. So many Vietnamese or other nationality, they come to Little Saigon to see the art and culture of Little Saigon, and to visit places and also to enjoy food and to visit their friends as well.
While there is that history, for us to not evolve with the next generation, we don't want to put that at risk. We want to be able to continue to build on something that is already so rich and so meaningful. My vision for Little Saigon is that it grows and it thrives while holding on to its profound history, where kids, like I once was, can learn about the people and have cherished memories of those morning runs to the market and stop by the local shops where the community feels like family.
Yes, I think that's a good presentation. I really want to thank Alexa and city staff and everyone who involved in this project. I believe that for the last 10 years, our city will have more high-end restaurant, owned by second generation. So I hope in the future that I think that that area continue to develop and have a support from everyone. Yeah. So any question or any concerns from member of the city council?
I do have a PowerPoint presentation that walks a little bit more through the detail, if you would like me to share that as well, or we can jump into questions.
Yes, you're more than welcome to provide more detail, more process. Yeah, please.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Go ahead and share my screen again. Let's try. So my presentation this evening is a little bit about kind of this tale of two little Saigons that you've been introduced to. The first is this place of incredible celebration, activities, food, the home of hundreds of small businesses, and this cultural hub of the Vietnamese American life. But it is also an everyday place. This is a place of services and supplies, friends, doctors, accountants, and sometimes those things are they can be mundane. They're day-to-day things. They're not necessarily experiences. And because we have this diversity, there's also a diversity with the age of these buildings and in some ways the conditions in which they are in. So we have some different moving parts. Now, one piece is going to be the physical environment and experiencing some of the age of these buildings. But then also, as was alluded to in the video, we also have a changing clientele. We have new generations. We have changing public expectations of what it means to go out and dine or to experience an area. The world is simply modernizing and changing. And this is where we really need to focus in, because this is where meaningful decline can start to occur when places aren't able to keep up. So that's the reason behind the blueprint. What do we do to reconcile these different aspects of Little Saigon? This is what we're here for. So we have a community and economic development path forward to preserve and celebrate the history and culture. But then at the end of the day, realizing that this is a business district. This is how thousands of families put food on the table, and it's important that we make sure it succeeds and continues to succeed, or we could lose it. And I know that may sound a little bit dramatic, and I want everything to come out of this presentation as being very positive and positive steps forward. But the truth is that there are red flags from an economic development perspective of how this district can move forward and thrive into the future. So just for clarity, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the Little Saigon district, and we defined that for the purposes of this study. It's pretty reflective of what's in the general plan for the Little Saigon mixed use district. So extending along Bolsa between just west of Magnolia to just east of Brookhurst. But the purpose of this study really is economic development. So we are only looking at the commercial parcels. We're not talking about the residential areas of Little Saigon. The research for the blueprint fell into these four categories, or was defined into these four categories: the physical environment, the business environment, the consumer base and demand for the goods and services that are there, and also organizational capacity to move something like this forward. With all of these, there are some pros and cons, if you will, challenges, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. So I just want to talk about a couple of them here. With the physical environment, some of the key issues include a lack of communal space, public space for gatherings, places for events, or even just to sit and relax as you're there on the corridor. We all know there are parking challenges. Anyone that's been down there during peak hours on a Saturday morning or an event evening understands that it can be hard to find a parking space. It's also difficult to get places on foot. It's a long stretch. It's despite not having enough parking, there is a lot of parking that fronts Bolsa. So it's not necessarily a comfortable walk to go from one place to the other. It's very car oriented when we look at the circulation patterns and how people are moving around between the centers there. And as I mentioned, there are some buildings that have suffered from deferred maintenance or a lack of upkeep. With the business environment, this area is so important as a small business community, because business ownership is about providing for your families. It's about saving money. It's about growing, sending your kids to college, affording healthcare. All of those things are so incredibly important. And that's what those businesses do for the owners and for their employees. Little Saigon offers authentic experiences. You can go, especially with the dining world now that we're in the age of Yelp and all kinds of online and digital platforms, we've been opened up to a whole other community of diners that are interested in being a part of the Vietnamese dining experience. But we aren't alone in that. Other places are also doing the same thing. And we see that competition growing from neighboring districts in Garden Grove and Fountain Valley. And then we also have businesses that have been there a long time. They may not be able to, or just not interested in adapting and changing. And we've witnessed during this pandemic how that has impacted some of those businesses, particularly that don't have any kind of a digital presence or a digital footprint, how they can stay in business and continue to move with the times of online ordering and drive ups and deliveries of foods. And this area also lacks kind of a key cultural infrastructure. A cultural center would be an example of that acts as an anchor and a destination for the district to draw people in. We know that we have patrons. We know that we have a group of people that shop here on a daily basis. They're loyal to the area. We also know that we have that on a greater scale from the larger Orange County. And we know that we are a destination for Vietnamese Americans from all over the US that come to see Little Saigon, that come to experience what's here. But we know our demographics are changing at the same time. As was discussed, we have younger generations that are emerging, third and fourth generations that do not dine and shop the same way their parents did. I mean, none of us do. That's true with every generational change. It's not unique to Little Saigon, but it is something to consider as we look into the future. So the question becomes, what tools are needed to enable this district to flourish into the future, to address a changing audience, to grow with them? And one we frankly need to expect with the addition of the Bolsa Row Hotel, where we continue to open ourselves up to potentially increase tourism and visitors from other places. Which leads us to this topic of organizational capacity. So I mentioned tools to enable the community, and I really want to stress that as we talk about organizational capacity, it's a critical part of the blueprint. The city does not have the staff or the resources or funding to address all of these challenges. That's not reasonable. And for economic development at the city level, it should really be about partnership. It should be about leveraging relationships. It should not be a top-down type approach of dictating what should happen. The idea is that you engage your stakeholders, you grow that stakeholder group, and then ultimately those stakeholders start to make independent decisions of the district that continue to further the goals and achieve the milestones that everyone wants to achieve, because we've gone through a process of building consensus. It doesn't work if the city tries to do it on its own as the city. And you see that reflected in the action steps that are included in the blueprint, where we are looking at taking some small-ish but meaningful resources that the city can provide. We do need to get momentum going, provide those pushes, all while building up relationships within the community so that it begins to take on a life of its own. A successful, sustainable economic development effort comes from within the community. The city it provides boosts and extends partnership, but it really needs to be community driven. So as all of those sort of facts were distilled into the second part of the blueprint, we look to create outcomes that were set by these guiding principles. So these 4 principles this is where we're trying to get to. We want to unify our stakeholders. A side note, outreach, engagement, all of those things, you're going to hear that repeatedly. We want a cohesive, vibrant place. We want a great place for businesses to be located and for people to go visit and patronize those businesses. And we want to preserve and grow the cultural elements of the district. Our number one job here is to get meaningful engagement and dialogue going with the businesses, the residents, and the organizations that play a role in Little Saigon. And the first step in that is to have a community outreach leader. We are envisioning this right now as a part-time temporary position to get things going. To get conversations started, to identify stakeholders and get a better understanding of the community groups that are active within the district, how they operate, and hopefully help determine which of them can begin to take some leadership roles. One of the many tasks for an outreach leader is determining options for long-term functionality of the district as an entity. 2 things are put forward in the blueprint as options. There are other models out there. These 2 make some sense. One is a business improvement district. This absolutely has to be supported by stakeholders, particularly property owners. There's a lengthy process to form a business improvement district. We've also looked at a cultural district, which is a different entity. A business improvement district typically has an assessment associated with it, whereas a cultural district does not. A cultural district would normally be put together by 1 or more nonprofits that are active in the district. But all of that are things that those are things we need to suss out. Those are things that we need to get on the path to engagement to understand what's going to be the appropriate fit for the district. Branding and marketing. There is just a lot to be said for what a visual presence can do and what branding can facilitate. Logos and branding can help define the district. They make it stand out so people know where they're at when you arrive, especially for those who aren't daily visitors. They facilitate a sense of pride and a sense of belonging that I'm home. Those feelings of association can be conveyed in branding and the logo. A marketing strategy is the next logical step to attract and support users for these businesses so that we continue to foster that strong business environment. That may be from local tourism from surrounding jurisdictions, or going so far as to try to get people visiting Disneyland to come have dinner in Little Saigon and attracting those additional users. However, there are absolutely diverse opinions about what it means to become a quote tourist destination. And there are a lot of ways to become that vision. It's not a one size fits all. We aren't Disneyland, and we aren't downtown San Diego. We're Little Saigon here. So what does that mean? What does that mean to have a presence of tourism in that community? Those all come back to outreach and engagement and understanding what works for this district, what works for the stakeholders, what's the best direction to go. And then finally, we have this really nice opportunity to marry branding, culture, and arts into a civic art program, which is a perfect example of how the city can partner with local artists or art organizations to create something special. And you see on the screen here a couple images from the blueprint that the consultant put together, just giving an example of what that might look like and how it really can kind of light up an area. With redevelopment, we've talked about the need for investment in some of the visual appeal, and a soap and water program can be a relatively inexpensive approach to that. That really is, kind of power washing to make it simple. And the report gave some nice visuals of kind of a before and after. And so you can see there are some visual impacts to that. And you combine that with, a lot of education and communication on things like signs and property upkeep and things like that we already do and can make a focused effort, then we can start to potentially see a difference. And we also talked about the need of for public spaces for culture and arts and celebration. We can run out and buy a building to make a cultural center, but that's expensive and lengthy, and maybe we'll get there one day, but that is absolutely not where we need to start. So what we're proposing is to set up a program where landlords can voluntarily participate in providing rental space, either indoor or outdoor, for limited time and fees, to facilitate a pop-up program. So this would be like an art show. If the local high school or an arts group wanted to put on a 2-week show, then we would have an inventory of sites that are open to the idea of hosting something like that. And we need to piece together the program. So one of the things, again, that our outreach coordinator would be working on would be to have those conversations with property owners, get an interest list, and help with with staff assistants piece together a program. What does that look like? How do we get the insurance requirements? How do we make this really simple and really easy for someone that wants to hold an event for the community benefit, for the public benefit? How can we locate them in that district if we don't have a assigned building per se? The access and circulation that are included in the plan are the longest term goals. So one of the things that we talked about is parking. One of the tools that we have that takes less investment than a parking structure would be to come up with a shared parking program and have that shared parking program potentially span across different centers. That's not typically how we approach a shared parking program. So that will take a lot of work on city staff's part to figure out how feasible that might be to discuss kind of shared users on a larger scale. That's a very technical effort and something that we would take on here. But again, this would be all about engaging the property owners to determine a willingness to participate and how this could truly work. But to facilitate it, the other half of it is making sure that we make it, more comfortable and more inviting to be a pedestrian in Little Saigon, so that you don't feel like you need to get back in your car to drive over, from 2 centers from where you are to go to your next stop. How do we make that more inviting on these long strips with benches and plantings and public art? Maybe, how do we wrap this all together and make it a place that you want to walk around? So our recommended first steps that is being asked this evening is to allow staff to move forward with creating a scope of work and recruiting for this part-time temporary outreach person. We would like $25,000 to get that effort started and start, trying to gauge interest, to get those conversations going and to move the needle on so many of those projects. It's just critical that we be having those conversations. And then we would also ask council to support and give direction to staff to go ahead and move forward with the idea of a marketing and branding program by directing us to scope out a proposal and then put out a request for proposals so that we can see, get feedback from the consultant world on how they could approach this, how much money we'd be talking about, how we could phase it out over time, just so we have a much better understanding of what that means. And then also cost estimates for the soap and water program. We would bring all of that back to council for your approval, but we would like your direction that you agree you want to move forward with it before we take any action. And that is my presentation for this evening, but I am happy and here to answer questions.
All right, I really appreciate your presentation. Any comment from member of the City Council, please? But I think that's a really excellent presentation. I'm really happy with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
No, I saw a study that was done by some consultant like a decade ago. It's nothing compared to this one. And I really like the artful color crosswalk idea. I think it's wonderful. I think if we can have all the crosswalk in that particular district that painted in such a colorful, vibrant.
Yes.
Okay. That will be a
yes.
Guarantee you. What is that?
Vice Mayor, I think you have a technical issue. Yeah. Okay.
If we can have all a crosswalk in that particular district painted in such a vibrant color. I don't know how you come up with that, but it looks very attractive. It looks amazing if we can figure it out. Number one, the money to do it. Number two, how to maintain it and keep it vibrant with all the tire track. That would be so cool. I'm looking at the committee. I mean, you include everybody. You have Jessica Fernandez, you have Kathy in there. That's cover everything. It's a wonderful blueprint. I mean, I got a sneak peek at it a couple of weeks ago, and it was truly impressive. This one is really, really, really good, and it seems like you took the ownership of this, Alexa. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alexa. That was an awesome presentation, and I know you put a lot of work into it, and it shows. You and your team did a really good job. Yeah, I mean, is there? I'm sure there's a million different ideas that. I mean, this is just the beginning, but like use of common themes, artistic elements. I mean, like Councilmember Doe's talking about. That's one awesome way to identify and brand brand the district where you're at. I think I spoke to you about like color palettes for our. I've been in other cities where they the street pools are in that district are different colors, so you know you're in a different area of the city. And overhauling our streetscape. That's you had a slide like that, and that's something I think that we can take on like segment by segment. Kind of try to get that going. But one of the ideas I had, which I hope that's something that would be really awesome, is that we create a gateway. Santa Ana, Whittier, downtown Whittier Boulevard has a gateway that it goes across, it's part of the signaling, but it goes across the whole street. It would be one on the western side of Little Saigon and the eastern side of Little Saigon, where you're entering this gateway, and that's something that would not only bring color, but it's really beautiful for the city, for Little Saigon to have that. So there's many ideas. This is just the beginning. So I support. We can keep talking about different ideas, but yeah, I just want to just say thank you and for all your hard work, and I totally support us doing something here. I've always thought of Little Saigon as a jewel of our city. It needs a little bit of polishing, and this is where we start, and keep creating that hub, that cultural hub and destination location, and then just start that conversation with the older businesses as modernizing not just the aesthetics, but also their technology to get with the times, as far as the way people buy foods. And like you talked about the pandemic and using your technology to buy your food, but also the businesses to use technology to be more efficient, keeping track of what's going on with their business, with supplies and stuff like that. And we need to drive that issue with the businesses that, of getting with the technology, being part of the community. Being part of the community is not only the city, us supporting the businesses, but also the businesses supporting the city as one unit. And it's just there's a lot of great things that can come about from this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Okay. For me, I'm just so excited. I'm speechless. So I haven't been speechless in a long time. So I thank you so much for the presentations. Are you sitting in for the consultant? Because I know this consultant was supposed to be here. No, was that's something else?
We needed the consultant to do a little bit extra work and with outreach during this process. So we ran out of money, and I figured I could handle it.
You can, and you absolutely can. Well, I do see. I think we do have. We do have all the ingredients. All the ingredients are here. I have a business mind, as you know. So I do see all the ingredients, the patrons. There's a need, the want, a need of the people. The only thing that you've got it all. We have all the ingredients. The only thing we don't have is the infrastructure. So we're kind of doing everything in reverse, because in the 1980s, Vietnamese kind of established down here in Westminster. Back then, the housing market was, I think a single family was only about $50,000 to $75,000 for a single family home. And look at where it is now. It costs us, oh my gosh, about $1 million for our home easily. In Westminster, I think we first sold our first $1 million home back in 2016. So Little Saigon has really done a great job for us. Our city used to be a bedroom community. Now it's a business community. And so we have the means to bring in all that income. We lack the infrastructure. We could do so much better. And I think we have to, as you said, and I think Councilmember Doe is excited about you know, all that colorful art on line the roadway, and I think that's just an example of hiring the right people, the right consultant group to help us get the word out there. And we need to dress up Little Saigon. It's our little gem. And so I'm like I said, I'm so speechless, so excited about everything that you said in your presentation. And so it's time for us to kind of put it all together and steal some customers from Anaheim, or shall I say, bring some this way, you know. I mean, they need, I mean, when people go on vacation, and I'm sure you and I are like, we're all like that. We want to look for places to go, and we always look for good deals, you know. So here's a place where we can find good shopping. And I know for a fact that for most part of the year, Anaheim brings their should I say, tourists come from Northern California. So when they come from Northern California down here, you know, they need to find us. So they're not like, you know, contrary to what we might think, Anaheim attracts everybody in the whole world or in other states. Well, they too attract people from within California. So I think, you know, the lowest hanging fruit. We got to reach to Anaheim, reach over Anaheim, reach over Huntington Beach, and bring the people here. So, like I said, I think we've got it. We just need to. If you're asking me to write the check for $25,000, I do it. Is that what you're asking for today? For you to get started, just $25,000 bucks?
Yes.
Definitely. You got my vote. Thank you for a great presentation. So I'd like to move on this item, and I definitely give you that 25 grand.
I'll second it.
All right, we have the motion and a second to approve this item as recommended.
Yes, that's a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. And that's to direct staff to contract with the business liaison for Little Saigon for $25,000 and return with additional anticipated costs for early implementation of the blueprint as recommended. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes, by the way, I just want to know what account is this going to come from? Well, of course.
Yeah, economic development fund.
Precisely the general fund?
No, the Economic Development Fund, which that's what it's for, right?
Right.
Definitely, 25,000 is not a lot of money. I know we've got 6 million bucks in there, so really good way to use 25,000 bucks. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now we go back.
May I make one more comment? May I make one more comment to Alexis?
Okay.
Alexa, would you be so kind and include the design on an arch kind of going across the street like Councilman Manzo mentioned? And if we can come up with a design, and that should be, once we have it, it should be a community project. You know, the community should be able to raise funds and construct a beautiful parts of a Little Saigon cultural district or something to that effect. So that we can, the state not going to be responsible for building it. We're going to have ask the community to raise fund and build it as a community project. Just a design. Thank you.
All right, so we go back to public hearings. City Clerk.
So due to COVID-19 restrictions, changes have been made to the public hearing process in order to ensure members of the public may participate remotely. So members of the public who wish to address the City Council were able to submit comments in writing up to 24 hours prior to the meeting. And then in lieu of written comments, anyone wishing to speak tonight may raise their hands, or they had the opportunity to send an advance request, in which I didn't receive any. That being said, speakers will have 5 minutes to speak.
All right, so I'd like to open public hearing item 4.1, cost of service study for the City of Westminster. May I have a staff report first?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Erin Bax, Finance Director, and this is our fee study or cost of service study that we review every 2 years. The last time this was updated was April of 2019. And I have Eric Johnson, President of RCS, on the call or on the meeting tonight, and he's going to give a brief presentation, and then we'll be able to answer any questions after that.
Oh,
all right.
You're muted.
Thank you, Erin. Let me share my screen here. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor Tom, members of the City Council. I am Eric Johnson from Revenue and Cost Specialist, and happy to be here tonight virtually to present the results of the cost of services study. Before I get started, just a little background on Revenue and Cost Specialist. We've been working with City of Westminster for a number of years, but started back in 1980, former city manager and finance director, and really pioneered the concept of matching fee revenue with the cost of the service. And over the last 40 years, we've studied over 250 agencies in 5 states. I myself have been doing this for 31 years now, and I've worked in over 100 different agencies. So what have we done? We've recast the city budget with a business orientation. We did this because the voters told us to. In 1978, they passed Proposition 13, which limited property taxes. Then a year later, they passed Proposition 4, which said that fees that do not exceed the cost reasonably borne of providing the service are not considered taxes. They wanted government to act more like a business and know its cost. But while governmental accounting does a great job of tracking revenues and expenses at the fund, department, and division level, it was never really designed to track revenues and costs at a service level. So we had to create that information. Working with city staff, we identified what it costs to provide the full business cost of services to your customers. So there is no city council service or city manager service. These costs, amongst others, are part of the overhead support cost. It's just like when you go to the store and you buy a can of corn, you know the cost of that can includes the farmer, the canner, the distributor, the truck driver, the checker at the counter. You know that. Well, we have done that same thing here with the city's services. We have identified the full business cost of providing services to your customers. As a business, you won't stay in business very long if you don't know this information. Additionally, you won't stay in business very long if you're not able to match up revenues with these costs. So we have done this also. For every fee service, we have identified the revenue and matched that up with the cost of providing the service. So how did we do this? This is something that we've been updating for a number of years, where we sit down with city staff, we identify any changes to the services that we want to look at, identify the time being spent by staff, any changes there. We make sure that we're only allocating out 100% of staff. We review the budget, we calculate overhead rates, we look at actual salaries and benefits, and then we develop a fully allocated hourly rate for every position. We match that up with the time details, so now we know what it costs to provide these services. Some services are community supported, some services are personal choice. I'll talk about that more in a second. For those personal choice services, we look at what are the current fees and how much of the cost are they recovering, what are the recovery percentages, and we make recommendations to, in most cases, recover 100% of those costs. Community supported services, tax supported services, another way of saying it, those things that your tax dollars pay for, typically benefits the community as a whole. Again, 100% supported by tax dollars, such as police, parks, and street maintenance. Personal choice services are fee services. The customer is identifiable, the service is measurable, Most importantly, it benefits an individual or group and not the entire community. You can still subsidize it as you do for recreation programs, but you also have a policy of, in most cases, 100% cost recovery for development programs. So another way of saying what I just said is in picture form, I'm kind of more of a picture guy. Taxes and grants support community supported services. Fees support personal choice services. To the extent that the fees don't cover the cost of the services, the only other place that money can come from is from taxes and grants. So to the extent that you want to recover 100% cost recovery, to the extent that you can, that's more money that's available for tax dollars, because these costs are occurring. The question now is, who is going to pay for these services? The person receiving the service or the taxpayer? Those are your only options. And if the taxpayer is going to pay for it, there's less money for community supported services that only taxes can pay for, such as police, fire, parks, streets. Now we have this big $2.2 million subsidy number. We think that with changes being made to the fees that we're recommending, about another $300,000 can be recovered and not $2.2 million. And the reason for that, there are some areas where there are continue to be subsidies, such as recreation programs, code enforcement, animal control. There's other areas that it's very difficult to receive cost recovery, such as DUI emergency response. Police report copies are limited by the state and the Public Records Act. And there's some fees that we're just keeping it status quo at this point, such as building and safety fees, the technology surcharge, and the water turn-off fees. So that's the reason that the $2.2 million subsidy number in actuality turns into about $300,000 possible new revenue number. I understand there was some interest in reducing costs for ADUs. So on this slide, we identified the fees that are specific to ADUs, so you can see how those fees are changing. So there are basically two fees that are specific to ADUs: the planning building plan check fee, and that fee is actually going down a little bit from $710 to $685. For the zoning clearance, which is more for the, as you see the description there, to verify the proposed structure complies with the list of permitted activities and it's in an allowable zone. For a new ADU, the current fee is $1,880. It's going up a little bit to $1,970. And as part of this process, we created a couple new categories because planning staff was seeing different modifications coming through. And so instead of charging, you see the line there, new ADU and a single family modification, right now they have to pull two different fees together, and it's really turning into a higher fee. And with this new fee, it's a combination of $26.55. And if it's a new ADU and a new house, it's a combination fee of $36.65. So this is really about tax subsidy policy. We've identified the full cost. We've made fee recommendations. It's now up to the city council to decide which services should be charged the full cost and which services should be subsidized. Which services are important enough to the broader community to be supported with tax dollars, and which services are really benefiting individuals and should be borne by them. The services are being provided, the costs are occurring. The question is, who is going to pay for it? That concludes my presentation. Were there any questions about the process before I turn it back to Aaron to talk about more detail on the changes to the fees?
Well, thank you for your presentation. Any question or concerns for Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Presentation? Anything? Okay, so.
How often do you do this fee study?
It varies from city to city. Some cities aren't as on top of it as the city of Westminster is and may go 5-10 years. So it's generally 2 to 3 to 4 years as you want to be looking at these, because costs change, organizations change. So Westminster has always been kind of at the forefront and keeping on top of its fee changes.
Yeah, that's only recently. Previously, I think we did it every 10 years, and only recently, right? Like 2 years ago, we invited them.
Yeah, it's kind of come and gone.
Yeah. Okay. I just have a question for staff. Alexa? Or is it Aaron?
It's me, Aaron.
Okay. Well, we were talking about the fees, ADU fees. So when, if we could have that slide back, Mr. Johnson. go back to that ADU fee. Well, I tend to disagree with this amount. 1970, 1880 was already a very big number, and it was a huge jump from what was 180. It went up 10 times to 1880, and then it went, and now you're telling me it's 1970. Well, we're not very competitive at all compared to other cities, and I'm not talking about cities that are far away, just neighboring cities like Garden Grove and Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach. So my question is, I don't know who to pose my question. Even I thought my question would go to Alexa or Aaron Bax, if you can answer. Recently, we know that, remember the other day, we adjusted our fees, the ADU fees, and we said we're going to leave this particular one alone, the new ADU zoning clearance fee, 1880. So I know that we have changed our ways of, changed our process. And as a result, I believe if I can get a confirmation or a recommendation that we reduce our fees by 30 to 35%, because we are not taking as our zonal clearance process has really has been streamlined. So could I confirm that?
Yes,
So,
that's correct. Aaron, I'll take this.
Yeah, thank you.
The ADU process that we implemented in the beginning of July started essentially after this study was done. So when we do the study and we analyze how much time things take, we can only look historically. But yes, now that we do have a new process for the majority of ADUs to move them more quickly and with less intense staff time, we believe that we'll save, somewhere about a third of the time, or in this case, a third of the fee could be reasonably assumed to be not needed under this new process. We only have about 2 months worth of data, but that's where we think that number is. So between 30 and 35% is appropriate.
So where do we go from here to make sure that we're getting that reduction as soon as possible? Remember, we just have that agenda item on the RENA numbers. So remember, the problem with our ADU process, people don't know that this is the process problem, but it was, the cost. The cost was astronomical. So we've already worked on a lot of those numbers, except for this one. Would that be like ADU of under 600 square feet? Is that right? Or all of the zonal clearance costs, correct?
So for an ADU under 750 square feet, it's less expensive. We can't charge the park fee, those types of things. So the threshold is that 750. For anything upwards of that, yes, we would be charging those impact fees. These processing fees are slightly different because they're offsetting the cost of staff time. So there's not necessarily a differentiation for planning fees for the size of the unit. That's not necessarily true for building fees. Building fees do fluctuate based on the size of the unit, but for planning, it's, whether an ADU is 1,000 square feet or 800 square feet, we're still processing it the same way.
Okay, so could we, how soon could we start implementing this price reduction of 30%?
And that's certainly at your discretion, and I would defer to Christian, but I believe that the council could make that recommendation as a part.
I would like at this time to recommend that, because based on what Alexa was saying, that this study that's being presented to us tonight, that based on data that we had, of course, they have to base on data. And so the data was previously, it was before the new process was implemented, correct, Alexa? And so that's the reason for that price of 1970. So now the process has been streamlined, and it's going to save us 30% of the cost of that cost. So that cost, could you give me the number? Can you do the math and tell me what would be 30% less?
Of the 1970, it's 1,379. Would be 70%, or so reduced by 30%. The next one is 1,859, and the final one is 2,566.
So that would be the number I propose we adopt tonight. And it'll be executed, carried out will be effective 30 days from now, correct?
Should be 60 because that's a development fee.
Okay, 60 days from now. So that's what I would propose our council to do, to adopt a new P, 1379, that reflects 30% reduction. Do you have a second?
A second.
Thank you.
Is this out of all the other fees, this is the only one that we're,
But the reduction in all will be reflecting, may I have these numbers again, 1379 and what else?
1859 and 2566.
Yes.
and we're sure that
2566 is that the new ADU and then single family room modification or something? Is that what it is?
SFR, correct.
Yeah, okay.
Just to be clear, the council can take whatever action that you want in order to further housing development. That's absolutely a policy choice that you can and should make if that's what you want to do. However, I just do want to point out that an ADU and a single family unit cannot go through our expedited process. It does go through the normal submitted process. The expedited process that we're implementing now is strictly for the construction of an ADU. It does not include construction of a single family unit at the same time.
and we don't have any cost savings for single family residents and then new ones and modifications. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. The process that we implemented, it was strictly for an ADU or a minor addition to a home to accommodate an ADU.
It's a standalone ADU, not we don't have any cost savings when we're dealing with the single family residence.
That's correct. That process remains the same. So
Yeah.
So if we lower those fees, and we're subsidizing even more money for a private residence. So I think we should only do that for the ADU. I mean, that I don't have a problem with. But not when we have to still invest staff time to process a new single family residence.
So, Alexa?
Yes.
Yes. So what do you think? 30% reduction, the ADU, the new ADU. So that's just ADU only, correct? Whether it's attached or detached, correct?
Right.
Okay. So what about the 2655? That is new ADU and single family residence modification. Is the modification very involved?
For minor modifications, we do allow those through our counter plan check process that we've moved to.
So is that simple modification? The 2655.
I believe that was the intent of that fee, yes.
Okay. So if we do reduce that by 30%, is that going to be a problem?
I mean, to me, the thing is just we can reduce the new ADU fee. That's not a problem. But how much money are we subsidizing now? I said the money was a few slides ago, wasn't it like 2 million? Something out of that 2 million, we're only going to recover close to 300,000. Is that the case? Total profits up, so we're only getting back almost 300,000.
And we weren't expecting we didn't have a whole lot of units on the the ADU with the single family modification or the ADU with the new single family. Because there are so few of these, there shouldn't be a lot of revenue lost or gained.
I thought we had quite a few ADUs in the pipeline.
Not much. So, I mean, I would propose a reduction on anything that's got ADUs, because that's going to help arena numbers. And then maybe in a couple of years, we are going to do another fee study. And then we can see how it goes. And then we could do whatever, adjust it from there.
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we still haven't conducted the public comment section. We have a speaker waiting to speak. So generally, it's probably best to have them speak, and then you can continue your discussion on the on AD.
All
right. So any other question from our council member before I ask for public comments? Okay, I see none. So now it's a time for public comments, please.
Yes, so I did not receive any e-comments or requests in advance, so I do have one speaker. So Terry Raines.
Thank you, Christine. Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I'm not sure why, once again, a fee increase hearing is being held just days before the new fees take effect on September 1st. The consultant presented the report to city staff on June 21st, over 2 months ago, and there were 2 city council meetings in July. Perhaps staff will say that they needed time to review the report before presenting it to council. Yet at 5:18 p.m. tonight, a substantially revised Schedule A was posted as late communication, which certainly does not give the council or the public time to review it. So my comments may be obsolete. I have no idea. Staff, why so many changes presented so late? The staff report states the city last completed a cost services study in April 2019, which the council approved and adopted on May 22nd, 2019, which resulted in over $1.1 million increased annual revenue to the city. This is only partially true because just 8 months later, on January 29, 2020, staff and the consultant revenue and cost specialist LLC proposed fine and penalty increases, plus additional fee increases and or corrections that were omitted from the original April 2019 study. The council and the public should know that a key principle at the consultant firm responsible for these studies is none other than failed controversial city manager candidate Chu Tai, who 3 council members would have hired if I and another member of the community had not made public Tai's very spotty work history, termination from 2 cities he worked for, and his involvement in a major lawsuit against one of those cities. I have to wonder if Chu Tai is the person responsible for the problems found with the original 2019 study. Given the controversy this person created in our city and his questionable resume, I have to wonder why he's still employed at this firm and why the city continues to contract with them. For the record, Tai is listed as Vice President on Revenue and Cost Specialist LLC website and is also described there as, quote, the jack of all trades, unquote. While I do support cost recovery for the city services in theory, I do not do so blindly. I would like to see the city strive to do more with less through department restructuring and productivity studies geared towards improving efficiency within the organization. On page 4 of the summary of revenues, costs, and subsidies, it shows the second highest increase in city revenue from the proposed fee increases is $38,400 under building and park rentals. Yet, on page 24 of the fee comparison report for building and park rentals, there is no change shown in the fee structure with the exception of eliminating the youth tournament use separate fee. Does this mean that by eliminating this specific use fee, youth tournaments will be charged more to the tune of $38,400 per year, or I don't know, please explain. On page 5 of the summary of revenues, costs, and subsidies, it shows a $30,850 increase in city revenue from adding a new 3% credit card processing fee for amounts over $500 per page 23 of the fee comparison report. I do not support adding this fee. California Civil Code section 1728.1 forbids charging consumers a surcharge for use of credit cards. This matter has been heavily litigated in the courts for over 8 years and in some cases specific to public agencies with varying results. While I understand some cities are charging these fees, I do not believe Westminster should be one of them. There is one notable exception to the California Civil Code section 1728.1 provided by Section 755 of the Public Utilities Code, which allows utility providers to recover processing fees for credit card payments. However, I did not see any indication these fees would only be charged to the city's water customers in the staff report. The bulk of the fee increases this time around are for planning services, such as plan checks and zoning clearances, which concerns me for a few reasons. Number one, the city needs to do all it can to attract new development in our city, but raising fees to the highest level possible will not do that. Two, the housing element process requires agencies to provide various incentives to developers to build affordable housing in the city, in part to meet the RENA numbers. And three, the Community Development Department, which includes the planning function, has added several positions and consultants over the past 2 years, as well as outsourced some of their services. It would have been much more helpful if staff had provided an updated comparison of the new proposed fees here versus surrounding cities to gauge how competitive we will be if these fees are adopted. A similar comparison was done for ADU fees recently, as discussed, and as a result, we learned we were far too high compared to other cities, and we adjusted the ADU impact fees down accordingly. Keep in mind, the city is hoping the voters, praying the voters, will approve an extension of the local sales tax measure next year. Remember, optics matter, and so do actions. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the last call for any speakers for this item.
Quý vị nào có muốn phát biểu gì về cái đề tài này hay không ạ?
All right, I see none. So I'd like to close public comment. So now,
And I'd like to say, we can excuse the interpreter. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now this is the time for the member of the city council discuss and come up with action. Okay, I have a question that 2 years ago we already have a fee study. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so may I ask that what would be the main reason why we have to come up with another fee study? What would be the main reason?
So we review the fee study every few years. And the last one, it had been several years, but this one was 2 years to update costs for the city increase. And so we want to review the study to make sure we can recover as much as our costs as we can.
Okay, so I have a recommendation, and I asked every member of city council, are you all really comfortable to come up with action tonight, or you want to look at the staff report one more time and raise all the concern that you may have with a department head or any staff in the city, and then we bring it back in the future meeting.
I like that idea. I like to look at the staff report one more time until we'd like to defer this item to the next meeting, so we have more time to look at all the expenses that we charge the residents, all the fee that we charge to the resident a little bit more thoroughly.
All right, but for the next meeting, we will not have public hearing. Am I right, City Attorney? Because we already have tonight.
You would continue the public hearing, but you've already had your open. You already had open comments, but yeah.
Okay, so we already have, but okay.
I would like a decision to be made on the ADU fees. And because I was waiting, I know we started and we reduced all the fees of the 1,000 and 1,200 square feet ADU fees previously. And I know I was expecting this report, and the other thing was, what this report is actually, if you look at the table, it actually shows that the fees even went up 1880 to what was it, 1976. I don't have that. I didn't write that down.
Yeah, up to 1970.
Yeah, 1970. So regardless of that number, that's really, it has nothing, what I'm asking has nothing to do with those fees or this study. Okay, so this is long overdue. It's because, as I said, Alexa has said that because we streamlined the process, the ADU process, and that's why we're able to save 30%, which did not reflect on your presentation because the data was given, the data you had was prior, was like before they implemented that new process. So Alexa, is that true? And so that this has nothing to do. My request for the ADU reduction, the zonal fee, it has nothing to do with this study, really. I was just waiting for this study to be done in case we want to see what else is there. So actually, it actually cost the fee to go up. But what I'm asking for has nothing to do with the study. Alexa?
I don't know about that because, I mean, are we going to cherry pick which part of this cost study that we're going to approve? We're going to
No.
approve them.
Okay, I think we're talking
Put it
about
all, either motion all together. I mean, I don't think we're going to cherry pick which one we approve, right?
Alexa, do you know what I'm talking about? Would you like to explain what I'm talking about a little further?
Yeah, I do understand. I think I understand that you would like to reduce the cost associated with ADU submittals and the staff cost reimbursement based on the idea that it costs us less under our new processing scenario. However, how you take that action tonight, I would have to defer to Christian because I don't know if you can do it separate of the fee study.
No, the way it's presented is as a resolution, which is rescinding and replacing the current fees in accordance with the attached schedule. So we can't really, you can make changes as part of your motion to say on those particular fees, we'd like those set at a particular level, but it is sort of a one action to adopt these fees that are being proposed.
I have questions. I believe that we already discussed about the ADU's cost probably a couple months ago. And does it take into effect yet?
It has 30 days, hasn't it?
The change in the
if that take into effect, then that was the decision that we made. If we are going to change that number, then we need to have we have to agendize for another meeting to make decision on that. But as far as we voted on that and we passed it already, right now we have to go with that.
That was park fees. This is something else. This
right.
is
That's right. This is the zonal fees, and the zonal fees we didn't even take into consideration. That was not even correct. So that was
correct. I mean, Alexa, correct me. Was that only the park fees, or it is include other fees when we make decision last time?
It was to change the park fee only, the park impact fee.
Okay.
So this fees we didn't even touch because we didn't know how it's going to affect this fee. So this fee has nothing to do with. Okay, so I think Alexa already explained. So I mean, I'm very clear what I'm asking. So I'm saying that don't wait any longer because we're trying to make sure we meet our arena numbers, and we're delaying this for what? So I make a motion to.
Is this the only item on this whole cost study? I mean, there's quite a few other areas in this cost study that we need to look at. It's not just the ADU only. I mean,
right.
Are we okay with all the other fees without looking at it?
How do you want me to do it so that I can get my 30% reduction in this fee?
I mean,
well, we can defer this to the next meeting, and then we can reimburse the resident who already paid for the current fee once we make the decision in a couple of weeks. I think it's only fair.
Yeah, keep in mind we don't have a meeting in 2 weeks, so I think the next meeting would be late September, and then there's a 60-day delay because it is development fees before a fee actually goes into effect. You adopt the resolution, and there's 60 days.
Well, could we could we postpone, the best of, what's gonna be the best of both? I want my ADU fees reduction now, and then delaying the rest a month from now. That's what you wish.
So according to the city attorney, we need to make this, it's one motion, one resolution, not just part of it.
City attorney?
Yeah, that is how it's presented, as one motion for all, and that's typical. You would do all the fees together at one time. We could come back at the next meeting with an individualized resolution just for those fees.
May I ask you, I kind of overheard, or I'm getting the impression that we are going to have a special meeting sometime in September. If we do, we could save it till then, but I don't like to wait until the end of September. That's a whole month from now. There's no need to do that because we already know that there's a reduction 30%, 30 to 35%. And I've been waiting to reduce the fees. So.
But we could look for opportunities. If there is a special meeting, maybe we could
put the September meeting back then. Okay, so we do have September 8th meeting. I mean, we're delaying everything. And so I want my reduction in fees. 30% reduction, that's a considerable, We're getting a lot of complaints and I've been delaying people. And the last time we were, like I said, the 30% in reduction, that's already in place. We're not charging people. And so therefore, if we keep charging people $1,800 or now it's, okay, so $1,880, we are overcharging them. We are overcharging them. I just want to let you guys know that. That's not fair. That's not right. Right, Alexa? When did you implement that new method and that new process? That was what, 2 weeks ago?
No, it was mid-July, so it's been 5 to 6 weeks.
Okay, and you continue to charge people $1,880, correct?
Yes, we charge according to our fee schedule.
And now you see that? We're trying to recover costs. It's against the law for us to charge people more than, we can't make a profit. That's against the law. We can't make a profit. We're not supposed to. So that's why I'm saying that I don't care what you do. Let's put September 8th meeting back then. That's against the law. Or you're just gonna have to sit here and discuss it and pass this tonight. Take action tonight then.
All right. So what would the city council do? I'm willing to continue, go into more detail with this item, but it's still up to all the members of city council. I don't mind.
Yeah,
have the meeting.
There's nothing to review. We already heard, and I'm fine with that. I would recommend to adopt, and I would recommend.
I want to. What about city attorney? Did you take notes as far as our caller Terry Raines and the points she was making as far as the processing fee for the credit card? Was that the case as far as what we're charging up, or when it's over $500, we're charging to process that fee? Is she correct?
What are you talking about?
One of the fees she was speaking about, that we were charging a credit card processing fee.
We don't currently charge a credit card processing fee. That's one place where we could recover some of our costs. We pay for every transaction, and we put the $500, so everything under $500 would not be charged, but any credit card charges over that would have the processing charge of 3%.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about. Was Terry Raines correct when she said that we can't do that?
That is something I'd have to look into. As a governmental agency, we may be able to do that, and I do believe some cities do that. So, but we could certainly look into it.
The county, if we pay taxes, you use a credit card fee, they charge you like another 3% or something like that. So, and it looks like we have the $61,000 in the hole for not charging a credit card processing fee.
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yes.
All right, I have a question for Councilmember Ho. So is the ADU is only the only issue that you want to reduce, right? Is the
Yes.
only area? Okay.
Something that's still
How
pending.
about the rest of the area we have? Are you okay with staff recommendation?
You mean
You know
for
what,
this item 4.1? Yes.
Yes,
Yes, I recommend it, and
but only the only area that you recommend that our city we have to reduce.
correct.
30% is
We already
ADU.
raised all the other fees, so this is the only one that's still left. So yes, if I recommend, I would recommend to approve item 4.1, and then also want to adopt the new fees, the new ADU fees, reduce it by 30%.
All right, if you only ADU, okay, so I second that motion.
So staff, did we got that last late communication item with everything's in red. I mean, so you're comfortable with, I mean, you guys went over this good and make sure that in all the areas of this report that we're okay with recovering costs. There's no line item where you need us to look at it closer, or you're okay with this?
So Eric sits down with each of the department heads and each of and staff, not just department heads, and reviews them. And staff provides changes to times and costs. And then staff has an opportunity to review the report several more times before it's recommended.
I have a question for staff. Is there any area that our staff recommend increase with the really large amount that member of the city council, including myself, we're not aware of that?
I don't know of any that, unless any of the other department heads have ones that they want to point out. I know that the new fee, the credit card is a new fee. There are a couple other new fees, but usually they replace something that we've done or the process has changed, or we're not able, some of the fees are removed because we're not able to charge them anymore, or it's included with something else. And I apologize for the red line version not being in the staff report. That was a mistake, but
Is there
I try to point that out with sending it out today.
Is there any big increase in the recreation department? That's good. Okay, so I'm really comfortable with the motion made by Councilor Hall.
I got a question for staff.
Please.
Is there any increase in the sign permit, new sign, business sign? Because remember in 2019, I got a lot of call from the resident complaining that a huge increases in that permit. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm looking for that one.
Yeah, Eric, do you, my computer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking too.
Is it on page 131?
So is this the planning, sign review and inspection? New sign program is
Yeah,
going
actually
down?
the planning sign permit fees are going down. They're decreasing.
How much?
For instance, a freestanding sign, a new sign, there's a lot of categories there. Freestanding sign, step back is going, wait a minute. I'm sorry. New sign programs going from 1900 down to 1710. New sign within a program going from 995 down to 840. New sign without a program going from 915 down to 760. And actually, I think.
And that is on page 131. If you,
that's what I see.
You want to.
That's 35.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
So there was one fee in there that is going up, Eric, and that was the freestanding sign setback 3 to 10 feet. That one was going from 1425 to 1560, but the rest of the categories were going down.
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, so it's a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Mayor Ta. And it is to, where's the
Basically
resolution?
to approve as recommended. But
Yeah, it's
the changes for the ADU, a 30% reduction. There's 3 numbers that were given. I don't know if you have those.
Yeah, I just want to say before you vote is that the fee before that was like 2 years ago when so like 2 years ago it was $180 and $180 forever, and then it went up 2 years ago, it went up to $1880, 10 times. And so now it went down to $591, and that's because of staff. They implemented a new process, and as a result, they're able to save our constituents 30%. So now it's going down to a more reasonable amount of $591. Let the people have it, because it's unfair when you're trying to, you're not lining up to your goal. You're trying to build more ADUs so that you can count towards your arena numbers, and then you're going to stay there and at 1880. That's astronomical. It's 10 times. So let's get it down to where it should be. We're not saying you're subsidizing. You just cannot overcharge the people, period.
The one that I'm okay with, so that's for the ADU, new ADU, but we're not going to lower the ones for a single family modification or new single family, because that's still taking the same process. I'm correct, Alexa?
Yeah, with the new ADU along with a new single family residence is the same process that it was. That process has not been adjusted. Now, the middle one there with the minor modification, quite honestly, we're still trying to find our line as what can fit into the new process and what can't. We're still trying it out. From a policy standpoint, if you would like to reduce those fees to encourage ADUs, I'm comfortable with that. I think we can make it work, but I can't give you a hard yes or no answer on that middle one, because we are still testing the process and trying to figure out what can go through the plan check and what needs to go into a full review.
So you're okay just
second
lowering the two new ADU and the slight modification, but not the new single family. Leave that one alone. Leave it as
I agree with that.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Yes, you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'm fine.
Thank you.
So that's the motion.
And Mayor, is the second, you were the second.
Well,
are you in
okay with that?
That's
Vice Mayor, I think you have a lot of echo.
Have we decided whether I don't know, I have the same thing. Okay, well, what about the credit charge? We leave it there, or we're taking it out, or what are we deciding on that? Can you hear me? I don't know why.
Yeah, I think we're leaving it. I think we should leave it.
All right, so anything else? We already have the motion and second on the floor. Oh, before City Clerk do the roll call vote, I'd like to ask our City Attorney to make sure that our Vice Mayor, is it okay to vote for the ADU?
This is particularly to ADU, then I can't do it. But if it's for the whole, if it's for the whole project, then I think that I should be involved.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you have applications for the ADUs, then you should recuse. If you have project, then you should probably recuse because it would directly affect.
I don't have any, I don't have any problem with that. I can recuse myself.
Okay, so good. All right. So we have the motion made by Councilmember Ho and second by Mayor Todd. Roll call vote, please.
All right, roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nguyen has recused himself, and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 4-0.
All right. So next item, 5.3, purchase of playground equipment for Margie L. Rice and Westminster Parks.
Move to
All right.
approve.
All right. Second, we have motion
questions.
and second. Oh, please. Yeah.
Do we have money set aside for this, Marwan?
Yeah, Jay, go ahead, please, with Jay.
Yes, sir. We have, last year we have identified the budget for the two projects at these two parks. It's under the park dedication fee.
Thank you. That's all I need.
All right, we have a motion and second on the floor.
It's a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Mayor Ta, and it's to approve the purchase of playground equipment from Sourcewell in the amount of $402,660.61 for Margie L. Rice and Westminster Parks. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item, 5.4, adoption of a resolution providing a compensation plan for management, administrative, and confidential employee of the City of Westminster effective August 25th, 2021.
Mayor, from staff's perspective, if we could continue this item to a future meeting, I think that would be our recommendation.
A motion to defer this to a next meeting.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second to defer this item for the next meeting.
Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 to defer to the next meeting.
Item 5.5, update on reopening of the council chamber for meetings.
May we have the
So,
staff?
okay, so staff report, please.
Sure. So this is an update that was requested by Councilmember Doe for just a few updates regarding reopening of the council chambers. So as you know, with the pandemic, the governor's executive order has allowed us to hold virtual meetings through September 30th, and that's because some of the Brown Act requirements have been relaxed in order to do that. Staff anticipates that the first in-person council meeting that we will have will be October 13. That is the first meeting in October. And that's as long as there are no extensions to that executive order or any health mandates that are in place that would prevent us from safely reopening the council chambers for a large gathering. In anticipation of the council chambers reopening, there's some measures that will be implemented to ensure both the safety and health, for those in attendance, staff and residents. So plexiglass barriers are planned to be installed on the dais, the podium, city staff seating, and the general seating area. And so that'll allow for separation among, those in attendance. A quote was acquired, and the cost of that will be approximately $10,000, and will take up to 4 weeks for the installation and delivery of materials. As far as attendee seating, in the main attendee area, barriers, in looking at putting up barriers and meeting a social distancing of 6 feet, the general seating area will only provide for about 18 to 20 seats, and that would include city staff and the public. So we're looking at overflow, similar to overflow plans that we've done in the past, where we would be rolling out a large TV monitor out, outside of the council chambers. That monitor sits on a roller that's currently meant for short-term use. So we're going to be looking for a much more permanent, sturdier roller that's going to accommodate the large monitor. We're also going to be asking members of the public, staff, and basically anyone in attendance to wear masks regardless of their vaccination status. With OSHA requirements, there are particular rules that we are trying to follow, as employees for masking. We can't always go with the honor system, unfortunately, for city council meeting, considering that there are various groups of people who'll be participating. So we will be mandating masks. Masks will be available to members of the public upon request. As of now, we still have masks at our facilities for anyone who needs one. That'll still be available during business hours. And then members of the public will still have an option to provide written comments in advance, as well as providing comments in person. We're looking at a way to conduct a hybrid meeting. Unfortunately, it's cumbersome to have the in-person and trying to do a hybrid meeting with just the equipment that we have, because unfortunately, my staff and I will be running multiple laptops, and then you add an element of in-person as well. So it may not be the most efficient way for us to run the meeting, but we're going to look into it as well, see what will work. So at this time, we're just requesting a budget increase of about $20,000. The cost will be funded through the American Rescue Plan. And, like I said, the plexiglass will cost about $10,000. And, we'll look at a sturdier roller. Any other additional costs that may come up as we look into this, that's what we're accounting for. That's why we're asking for the extra funds for that, so that we don't have to come back for an additional budget adjustment. I'm available to answer any questions, and so is Jake, as far as the chamber's installation itself.
I have a question for you, Christine. How do you facilitate the 18 to 20 seat inside the chambers? Is it first come, first seat, or?
Well, similar to how, so with the 18 to 20 seating, because the department heads and staff that are required to be, at the meeting. So department heads we're there at all the meetings, and then anyone who has a staff report, they'll be there as well. So we've accounted for, for those members to be there. And then so the remaining balance of that 18 to 20 would just be on a first come, first serve basis, similar to when we've had overflow situations where as someone leaves, then somebody else can come in. As far as that number being 18 to 20, 18 to 20 seats available, Jay can explain a little bit more about that, but that has to do with how the barriers are installed. But ultimately, it is a first come, first serve basis.
Okay, I have another question, follow-up questions. I know years ago that we had the meeting in the community room, and if we proceed with that method, I think that more people can attend the meeting, even though we have 6 feet, but that room is big, and then I think the cost would be less for us if we implement that system. I don't know, I just, throw it out, and I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know how complicated is that, but would it be another solution for us?
So as far as using, so as far as using the community services building, or the, the East-West room, or one of the community services rooms, we have used it for overflow in the past, where, folks can watch it. And Diana can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we have a live feed through the community services building. And that's why we haven't been able to broadcast live from there, because all our equipment is in the council chambers. That includes our live manager as well, and obviously PCTA's production equipment.
Okay.
I have a question. So do you have a map or a drawing of your plant to install the flexi class and all that stuff? Is there a separation between the council member?
We don't have the map. Actually, we met with the contractor and we kind of walked through the scenarios of the council and the dais and all the general seating with the contractors. And he have come up with some recommendations to make sure that we're providing the barriers separating between the council and the employees as well as the public. We can provide a map to the council.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And also, you have, but you look into the issue of audio, especially, I think it's that chamber have, it's kind of difficult to listen to the member of the public as well as the other council member speaking. For some reason, I always have a tough time. So with the flexi class being installed, I'm sure the audio's issue gonna be magnified a few fold. So could you look into that before we open it up for a public meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So Jack and Diana, I don't know if Diana was there or not, but I haven't got the confirmation whether it's doable or not at the East-West room.
There is no feed. Christine was right. There is no feed coming from in the East-West room. The times when we've had city council meetings in the East-West room, they would run the feed from the council chambers to the community services building. And we can't do that when we're running the council meeting inside the council chambers.
Okay. Well, when we're running inside the council chambers, I was thinking that we bring the whole thing out there. We have the whole meeting out there, not in council chamber. All staff and city councils in the East-West room.
It's not ideal. We can definitely talk to PCTA to find out what is needed to make that happen, but that's nothing that I can confirm tonight.
Okay, because I like I mentioned earlier, I saw it done, years ago already. So I don't know how complicated is that and if feasible or not. But okay, just for that.
I don't know this for sure, but I thought I've seen Garden Grove do something similar to what Vice Mayor is talking about. I don't know exactly how they're doing it, but it looks like they're in a big room like that. I mean,
so Garden Grove has been holding so they have a community center room that they've been using. It's a multi-purpose room. And again, Diana probably knows a little bit more about that room than I do, but that room is made for, it's modern, it's updated, and it's made for those types of meetings. So they have that capability. Our room just doesn't. You're not, you're correct. It is in a community room, but their community room has been built and functioned a little bit different than ours.
The other question I have, I mean, I don't know if this is being irresponsible, but I mean, there's full-on sports stadiums where everybody's sitting right next to each other. I mean, what if require vaccination to allow more of the public into the council chambers? Is that something? I mean, I don't know. We're trying to just be as open and transparent. I don't know if that's dangerous, but I mean, they're full-on stadiums. You have 52,000 people in this Dodger Stadium. So I don't know. I don't know if it's something, if we want to go that route, but just a thought.
It's a thought. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that we still have to make sure that we provide, the ability for people to participate. So, and again, that the difficulty with managing that is now we're going to be the vaccine police, and not sure that not sure that we're ready for, for that.
Now, question, a follow-up question on the item that we just talked about. For the $20,000 that we are going to, modify the council chambers, how much it costs us to feed the line from the council chambers out to the East West Room?
Oh, we don't know. That's something that we'd have to talk to PCTA about.
Okay, would it be beneficial first if the cost is less, and then we can accommodate, what is there, and more people can attend. If we have 18 to 20 people in the chambers room, the rest of them are outside, late at night. I don't feel comfortable with that too. If we can make it in, fit the line into that East West Room, it's going for life. We can use it for any occasions.
So a couple of different issues with having using the East West Room. I mean, I don't know how long-term or short-term we would be looking at that option, but so feeding it over there is one thing, but managing the meeting over there is another. So if we needed to do PowerPoint presentations or anything that requires the computer, so we'll have to have the projector screen up there. I don't know that would be feasible. I know that our Granica system, for example, the live manager that we use for people to stream online, someone would still have to sit back over at the council chambers to manage that. And usually it's me or my staff. So we'll look into it, but I don't know that it would be feasible on a long-term basis.
I wonder how is this different from, feeding from the council chambers out to the back? Is different from council chambers to the East West Room. Is it longer?
Yes, it is a further path. The path of travel is longer.
And because it's longer, we can do it? Or because longer is cost more money?
We can definitely follow up and find out those details. I don't think we don't have that information to present, but we can certainly get you that information. That is not a problem.
Okay. That's all I asked. Yeah, thank you.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Mayor Ta, and that's to approve as recommended.
Yep.
Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item 5.6, request for English interpretation of interview clip from Saigon Entertainment Television. All right, staff report, please.
So this is a request from Councilmember Doe, made a request to discuss the contents of some YouTube video media interviews that he was made aware of. And so these interviews are conducted by Saigon Entertainment Television. They feature Councilmember Ho discussing various topics. And so because these are done in Vietnamese, Councilmember Doe is asking for council approval to interpret these into English for the public, and as well as for members of the council who don't understand Vietnamese to understand. So city's done a couple of quotes that have ranged anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000. for the translation of this for the videos. It just, depends on, it's just dependent on the company, but that's the request.
Well, thank you very much. Since I make the request, I'd like to talk a little bit about. So I was forward a video clip of an interview conducted by the Vietnamese media reporter Doan Trong, stated on August 7th. Basically, he interviewed Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, and Councilwoman Ho makes several serious allegations regarding to let's see at 8 minutes and 39 seconds into the videos, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho make allegation that the interim city city manager Sherry Johnson was pressured by Mayor Trita to hire a particular person for the economic development position, and she refused to. And as a result, she retired, and she did not put in for the second round of this city manager position. At 10:30, when the reporter asked her how did she know that, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that Sherry Johnson told her personally. And at 11 minutes 56 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that she never pressured the city manager to hire anyone. Okay. At 13:47, 13 minutes and 47 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho confirmed that Tyler did apply for the position of city manager. And as a result, she personally got a lot of pressure from the community and got a lot of people lobbying her to hire Tyler Diff as a city manager. And she also mentioned in particular that Mayor Trita and former assembly person Van Tran were upset because she did not vote to hire Tyler Dipp. At 17 minutes and 13 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that her vote was the only swing vote that caused Tyler Dipp not be selected to be the new city manager. Okay, these are interesting information. And at 19 minutes and 15 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that she would use a vote to cause the candidate Tu Tai, who was applying for the city manager position, not to be hired as a city manager. At 24 minutes and 54 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho called out Mayor Trita and Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen conflict of interest in regard to the Quan Tri Monument, the involvement with the Quan Tri Monument Foundation. At 28 minutes and 12 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho objected to the hiring of Tyler Dipp. She says it voiced her objection to Mayor Trita. At 29 minutes and 24 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that she called the city manager, Mont Wan, cell phone, or I'm not sure, cell phone or a landline. And Mayor Trita answered the phone because she wanted to question the city manager regarding to the hiring of Tyler Dibb. Trita answered the phone and asked and told Kimberly why she kept calling Mark Wan. At 30 minutes and 10 seconds, Mayor Trita said that the hiring of a political consultant or lobbyist is a right of the city manager. You, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, should not get involved. At 32 minutes and 40 seconds, Councilmember Kimberly Ho said the Trita said Tyler Dibb is a brother, a little brother, and a friend. So that was the reason Trita wanted to hire Tyler Dibb. And she has also mentioned that Trita once said that Tyler is quote unquote my little brother, and who I'm willing to take a bullet for. At 33 minutes and 20 seconds, there was a discussion about Tyler Dibb's salary. The question was at 34 minutes and 12 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that she was driving to Colorado. That's when she got a phone call from the city attorney saying that the mayor and the city manager wanted to pay $9,000 a month to Tyler Dibb to work as a lobbyist. And he was seeking Councilwoman Kimberly Ho's opinion because he believed that she has so much experience doing business in the city. And at 36 minutes and 20 seconds, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho said that Trita was upset and say that, quote unquote, you can't pay my little brother $5,000 a month. It must be $9,000 a month. And she make an allegation that Mayor Trita answered and negotiated the salary for Tyler Dibb. Okay, these very serious allegation that was conducted in Vietnamese, and that's was the reason why I asked this to officially be translated and make it public for an elected official to pressure the city manager to hire your friend's relative and associate is only unethical and illegal. And that was the reason why I would like the interview on August 7th in particular to be translated, officially translated, and forward to a independent investigation panel. Have that investigated to determine whether is any truth to those allegations, because Councilmember Kimberly Ho, not on that particular day, she mentioned that in her press conference regarding the Quantry Monument Foundation on a Sunday. I forgot what day it was.
Sunday the 8th.
The 8th, yeah, thank you. Does I have right now? Giving the floor to the other council member.
All right, I did not watch that interview, but I kind of really surprised, the allegation that Councilmember Ho make in the interview, and really surprised. Everything that she said is not correct. So I think the city manager already explained a couple months ago. He hired Tyler completely based on his evaluation. Yes, right, city manager. And I never involved in any kind of like salary, that completely belong to a city manager authority. Yes, I want the city attorney to confirm that. Yeah, I can't really surprised. I did not watch that interview, but that information completely incorrect. Yeah, yeah. City attorney.
I don't, before you answer, I want to make sure, city attorney, I'm sorry, city attorney, did you ask city attorney or city manager?
I had a city attorney to confirm. I never get involved with any kind of salary or, the decision to hire Tyler is completely a city manager decision.
The question is probably best directed to the city manager, because
Okay.
I was not involved in those discussions. So.
But I mean, I kind of surprised, is that true that you call Councilmember Ho and, explain to her that I want, pay, with certain amount? I never said that. I didn't even know, how much, our city, we pay for our consultant. Yeah.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I know our city attorney has spoken to each one of us and said that if we need to order an investigation, we should, and I'm sure all of you might have gotten the phone call. But we should not be interrogating staff or another council member out here in the open like so. Is that correct, Mr. Bentonhausen? So whatever it is you think is good for us to do, please voice your opinion.
Well, on the one issue is there's the request for interpretation of the interview. That's one question. If there are questions as to the validity of any of the statements that are made, then the proper course would be to order an independent investigation of it, so that there's a proper, inquiry to the people that were involved, and then a report could be produced and provided to the council. That would be the proper way to handle it.
I would recommend that, because I really don't want anyone to be interrogated just because of what you had recommended, and I agree with the city attorney, and I think we don't want to put any staff on the stand and interrogate in public like this. So feel free to open an investigation, and I believe Councilmember Doe already stated that, correct?
So are you second my motion to have your interview translated and forward to an independent investigator hired by the office of the city attorney?
I would second, but then the investigation is not just based on, I hope the investigation is going to be thorough, like whoever is going to interview, correct? The individuals, and not just because we can all listen, and even after it's translated, to English, everybody could listen to that, and then, but the thing is that I believe an investigation should be ordered, and if that's what you wish, then order it, and I'll second it.
Is there any more comments?
Yeah, are you guys ready for a vote, or?
I just want to say, if I want to hear that, me being the non-speaking, Vietnamese on here, I would like to hear it translated. I just I just want to say, if I mean, I don't know if this is the right place, but I just want to say if those allegations are true, I just want to thank Councilmember Kimberly Ho for seeing right from wrong and voting the way she did vote, and when those items came before us, because that was very wrong. You know, there was no place for it. It was very unethical. So I'm glad she voted the way she did.
Well,
So if we decide to translate this interview from SET TV, then what about the two interviews that Council Member Doe, one particularly with YouTuber Tai Dao and the other one with Lâm Quan? Are we going to interpret that, translate that too? Because those two interviews, you particularly go against Kimberly Ho, remember Kimberly Ho, for what she said on SET TV. Should we go ahead and do it? I think it's fair to do everything there. You know, not only one. Councilmember Dole, remember that the two interviews that you have, you actually go against Kimberly Ho for what she said.
I don't have any problem translate that at all. Okay, but that's not on the agenda.
Okay.
Whatever I say, I didn't make any allegation against anybody.
I didn't say that you make allegation. What I'm saying is you.
We're not going to go back and forth. Okay, I never make any allegation against anybody. The information that Councilmember Kimberly Ho disclosed, a very damaging, a very serious allegation. And that's why it's the reason why I would like to have the transparency, have it translated, and have everybody have a chance to listen to it, or at least understand the context of that interview. Those are serious allegations against the Mayor Tritat and the city manager, Wan Yusuf, to hire Tyler Dipp. And we all seen and understand, this has been publicized, that Tyler had no qualification to do the job that he was hired. He just get paid for doing nothing.
Like I said, I don't have any problem with with all of that. It's just that I just bring up the other two interviews that you have. Could we go ahead and include it in here, City Attorney? Because it's basically translation.
You know what? You are very good with distracting. Okay, moving the discussion in a different direction. I have no problem having it translated, but it's going to cost the city money. We only have those media, the interview that involved Councilwoman Kimberly Ho making an allegation. I never make any allegation against anybody. I have no problem with that. We're going to pay more money to translate something that have no value to this council. Okay.
To you, it might not, but to others, it might.
One suggestion.
What I saw was their team took a sentence that they took from they chop up one sentence that Councilmember Doe had said in your interview on YouTube. I never watched it, but I know they took out one sentence, and so they took it out of context, and then they said, "Oh, she lied," and this is what Councilmember Doe said, that she lied, Kimberly Ho lied. So you know what? Quit while you're ahead. I'm telling you, the truth will speak for itself. I'm only trying to do good for the city. I want to make sure I get my message out there. And like I said, I'm responsible for my own message. So if you want to challenge me, challenge me. You want to get an investigator or someone to investigate, and I'm fine with that. So you don't need to go and spend money to translate. If whatever, you can do that. I'm not going to make a decision on that. But I'm saying from this day forward, can you stop? I'm not done. From this day forward,
Hey, I stopped.
All of my interviews will be in English and in Vietnamese. That way it'll save our city money. I think those interviews, what I did, I have no problem having it in English and in Vietnamese, but it was just, we weren't planned, when I was interviewed on Dong Job Set TV, the topic was just, we didn't plan ahead. It was not scripted, but after that, right after that, starting with the August 8th, and that was my press conference, I started to pay for my own translator. So I had my own translator there. I actually didn't know him. I just hired him the night before. And so I think it's good to have it translated if it so please the requester.
So the same thing that I know that Councilmember Doe said that he's not making any allegation, but he actually said that you are a liar. You are not supposed to talk what is in there, what was decided in their closed session.
Well, you know what? Lying
things.
is not against the law, right? I mean, you lie all the time, so it's not against the law, is it?
No, I am not. It's for you. Okay. Well, if you want to interpret, why don't you interpret that too? I have no problem. Okay, which either way, I don't have no problem.
Well, have it translated. If you want to waste the city money, I'm fine.
Well, not to chime in here, but I would like everything interpreted because I see all you guys on Vietnamese TV. I don't understand what any of you are saying, and I hear my
only
name.
Money, right?
I hear my name. I'm like you'd be talking about my mother for all I know. I don't know what you're saying about. I just hear my name. So it's up to.
Well, you know what? It's unfortunate that we have to communicate in Vietnamese because only to combat the relentless assault on the Vietnamese media. It's very unfortunate that we have to communicate in Vietnamese. I'd rather speak anything in English, but the audience not there. So that's why we have to apologize, that we have to ask the cities to spend taxpayer money to translate these serious allegations that make against the city manager as well as the mayor Chita for pressuring the city manager to hire his friend Tyler Dick to work as a city lobbyist. And he's already Tyler is already an elected official for Midway Sanitary District. He's already representing the city of Westminster, and yet, the city manager bowed to the pressure and hired Tyler Dibb. That's a serious allegation. Lying is not against the law, right, Charlie?
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So, I make a motion. We have a second. So,
can I suggest that if you're going to translate, one, we clarify what's going to be translated. So, are we just talking about the clips involving interviews with the Kimberly Hill, and then secondarily, I might suggest that we get it translated, and then the council can meet and talk about what they want to investigate, because otherwise it's going to be very broad, and I feel like we should specifically address, okay, look into these things. So
it's going to be in a public discussions, right? Is that correct?
Well, I would report back to the council probably in closed session on this.
I think that
The council can decide what to do with the
Open
report.
session. Why in closed session? I disagree with that.
Exactly.
If you want to translate it and for the whole world to know about it, then why?
Yes, the translation you could make public. I'm talking about an investigation after the fact. So
Well,
yes, the translation.
What we want to investigate, we should discuss that in public. Because the public might want to have some opinion about that. They might be curious, certain part, whatever it is.
You can do that. I think probably, again, all I'm suggesting is maybe translate it first, and then you could have that as a public document and discuss it, and then decide if you want to investigate something at that point. It's just a suggestion.
I don't know how long this is going to take to translate, but if it's going to take a long time, perhaps we want to get an investigation going parallel to it.
So I can jump in to answer the question on the timeline. I do have one of the companies that I reached out to can do it by September 8th, which is 2 weeks out.
Well,
And that was
we can save money and trust my translation. You know, you can save money and trust my translation right here in the envelope. So
I trust your translation. I think that a translation is a translation. Unless someone's gonna contest it, and it's gonna take time when someone's.
I got paid 85 cents an hour to be bilingual, so I'm qualified in court. So.
Oh, really? That's not
absolutely.
Oh, then I think we should just go with that. Save ourselves some money.
I say let's have the video played and have Councilmember Doe or somebody else who speaks Vietnamese and translate it for me so I can know what you guys are saying. And then we do it.
It's gonna cost you 80 cents. It's gonna cost you 85 cents an hour on top of my normal salary. So you know what?
Just don't ask me.
I think it need to be officially translated so that we can. So from the beginning to the end, that including the reporters' questionings and all that. So it needs to be translated officially.
Yes, I agree.
So your original motion was just to translate the August 7th interview?
That is correct. Yes.
So we're sticking to that.
Yeah, because the other video that's just nothing major. Everything was concentrating on a particular interview on August 7th. So
on the staff report it says August 8th.
The two.
Oh, there's two of them.
Two of them, yes.
All right. Yeah, in a second.
Okay.
So all right, we have the motion and second on the floor.
Yeah, so it was actually seconded by Councilmember Ho previously. So that is to get the August 7th interview translated, and then council will meet back to discuss the contents of that video in closed session. That's correct?
Open.
Or just meet?
I think it's open session.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Manzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
For the record, I don't deal with these crap. You guys go ahead and deal with it. I will vote abstain for that.
Okay, Mayor Ta?
Abstain.
Okay, so that motion carried 3-2 with council members, or I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Nguyen and Mayor Ta abstaining.
All right. Next item, resolution reestablish the order business of regular meeting of City Council.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Ta, and that's to adopt a resolution entitled a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster rescinding resolution 4955 to reestablish the order of business to be followed in regular meetings of the city council. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Next item, 6.2, resolution reaffirming proclamation number 2020-01 and resolution number 4983, which declare the existence of a local emergency.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, that was motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. And that's to adopt a resolution reaffirming proclamation number 2020-01 and resolution number 4983, which declared the existence of a local emergency. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item, 6.3, designation of voting delegate and alternate for 2021 League of California City Annual Conference. All right, so this is the annual conference hosted by League of California City. We need a regular delegate and 2 alternate.
Yes, so this is held annually. It wasn't held last year. It generally is held in Long Beach. This year, it's actually being held in Sacramento. So just wanted to note that this conference will be held in Sacramento. It's a 3-day conference. The General Assembly is held on Friday, September 24th. Costs for the conference are budgeted, they are appropriated, in our budget, and that would be for the registration fee as well as lodging travel.
All right, I'm willing to go to Sacramento as a delegate, but I need an alternate in a situation that I cannot make in the last minute, but I'm willing to go as a delegate.
How many alternate do you want? 2?
You can have
We
up
need-
to 2. You don't need to have 2, but you can have up to 2.
I can be his alternate if you
Right.
want.
Okay.
All right, so I move as recommended.
Okay, so that was a motion made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen, and that's to appoint Mayor Ta as a delegate and Vice Mayor Nguyen as the alternate.
Second.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, next item, commission and committee item. 7.1, request to install a commercial loading and unloading zone on the north side of 23rd Street, east of Beach Boulevard.
Which approved?
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second this item.
Okay, I had a motion made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. And that's to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, providing for a commercial loading and unloading zone on the north side of 23rd Street, east of Beach Boulevard. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item, 7.2, appointment to the Youth Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. And that motion is to appoint 5 applicants to serve as the regular members. Those 5 applicants are Derek Audung Kondung, Tiana Lai, Abigail Lazama, and Kimberly Santiago. And then 2 applicants to serve as alternate members. Those members would be Kimmy Ho and Andrew Rosette. The term for those members would expire June 30, 2022. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe.
Yes, I want to thank these young people for applying. Thank you.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item, 7.3, appointment to the Wang Tree Monument Committee.
So Mayor, before we move on, actually, it's about time that we need to have PCTA change out their tapes. So I was wondering if we could just call for a brief break so that they can do
Okay,
that.
so I call for reset.
Okay, so I guess we'll come back at 12.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
All right, so are we good?
just making sure we have the rest of the council back.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I'll let you know when I'll queue you up.
All right. Okay. All right, I would like to reconvene the city council meeting then. So 7.3 appointments to the 1.3 monument committee. So this is up to the city council. Yeah, this is new committee.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may. So back at the last meeting, July 28th, the council approved the establishment of this advisory committee related to the Quang Tri Monument project. So a recruitment was held, and that was noticed on August 6th. And deadlines were initially due August 16th. We extended that deadline to allow additional time for those who are interested to submit applications. We did receive a total of 20 applications. What we did as at the city level, as far as the vetting process, the applications that we received, we made sure that they were Southern California residents. So we did contact the respective ROV or registrar of voters offices to, again, verify the residency. And then any that did not have a voter registration status, we, using the process that we approved that you approved not too long ago, we asked for documentation to establish that residency. Again, 20 applicants were received. We did not categorize them as far as who would fit in what criteria. Staff was not comfortable with making that determination, unfortunately, because we don't have the tools to make that type of determination. However, based on what's written on their application, there is a cheat sheet, if you will, a list of the applicants and just the organizations that they identified themselves with. So, council may make a determination to who you'd like to appoint to what categories based on the applications that you've received.
All right, so city council action then.
I have questions for the city clerk. So you have no idea who's who when they submit the application, is that correct?
Well, we don't know exactly what their affiliation is. We know who they are based on the identification that they've provided and the application that they've submitted. But as far as, who they are, like if they fall into any of these categories, no, there's no way for me to determine a resident of a Quang Tri province in Vietnam or a descendant of an ARVN veteran without acquiring certain types of documents of proof that our staff just otherwise wouldn't
Maybe
be
you,
able to obtain.
maybe
So
you have to
this
do
is
the
a-
investigation.
I'm talking, sir. Talking.
Yeah. And that's
This
kind
is-
of, you know, that's
This is
kind of
hopeless.
difficult.
This is very hopeless.
Well, so I
For lack of a
emailed
better
earlier.
word. I totally understand. Hey, listen, you know, this is not gonna work. I mean, we say that we asked for the member of the South Vietnam veteran groups to meet and select one representative from their groups and submit the application to the city so that we can know we have a reference point to figure out who this individual point of reference. And you know, you just open up, if the city open up the application process and everybody can just download the application and send it in, you know, I don't blame you. There's nothing you can do. I mean, except receive and file. So this process not going to work. We need to. This is a community project, and it's not the city. So the community, all the South Vietnam veteran groups need to meet in with their organization, select one person, okay, submit the application, and I would suggest it with a letterhead from their organization, and submit it to Madam City Clerk, so that at least you have a point of reference. But right now, you know, I totally agree. You have no clue who these individual and their affiliation with any particular group. You know, just like, trust me. You know, so how do we fix this?
Yes, and some of them are missing. They didn't really they put down very little information on some of the applications as well.
And that guy Nam Quang, you know, he's not a member of the army. You know, Quang Tri province, they have a what they call Hội đồng Hương. I mean, it's they have a association group that they need to meet and select one representative and reach out to the city and submit the application. So far, I mean, you know, we just accept application and it's without a process of verifying what we want. So this is hopeless. That's my comment.
I think we should defer this and find a better way to vet these applicants. I spoke to one individual on the phone today, but I haven't really had an opportunity to speak to any others. One applicant, I should say. So, maybe some more time or some other way we can vet them.
If I may, as Councilman Doe suggested, I think that's a good suggestion. We can send a letter to all these organizations and ask them to nominate the number of individuals listed in the staff report, and then we will bring that to council for adoption. That's probably the easiest and most direct way to do it.
Well, do you know all the organizations out there?
I personally don't, but we can look for them, I guess. Those names came from somewhere.
Make sure you include everyone. You don't want to, you know, invite this organization and ignore the other.
I'm gonna interject. I'm gonna interject on that because I feel like my office is gonna end up carrying the brunt of having to reach out to the organization. May I suggest one alternative, and this is an alternative that's used in a lot of cities. You do have applicants, and you do have, you know, obviously interested people in serving on this community. What I could suggest is potentially holding holding a meeting for interviews. That's something that's very common in other cities. That way you can further vet these applicants that you already have. Because yes, as Vice Mayor, stated, there are a lot of groups out there. We don't know all those groups. We know there are groups that work together and would know of other groups. And then there would be conflicting groups and groups with very similar names. And how far do we want to go with those groups where they're established? So I would be reluctant to go down that route, because I wouldn't be comfortable with, like, there's not a centralized place to find all these groups because there are so many. Well, I'll go whichever way council wishes, but the alternative.
I understand where you come from, Madam City Clerk.
I'm sorry?
So I totally understand where you come from, okay? This is a community project. So the communities need to meet and confer, and they know, all this organization, they know what to do. So they need to meet, confer, nominate somebody, and submit the application or write a letter with their letterhead and give it to cities. It's not the city project. So, right now, this process is not going to work. We're going to spend too much time, city staff, reaching out to people. So let the community process, work it out, and contact the city, and then we'll go from there.
Christine, may I ask, who asked to put this item on the agenda?
It was approved at the last meeting. And
Why is it on this agenda?
I'm sorry?
Who asked? Why is this on the agenda for today? And who asked to put it on?
It was just because we opened the recruitment, and then this was the next meeting that was after the close of the recruitment. We wouldn't meet until September. It was just really just a timing thing.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be somebody asked to have this on the agenda?
Not necessarily. When we have committee commission recruitments or vacancies or anything of that, it's not an ask. It's generally not an ask.
So you basically choose to put this on agenda after you recruit people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's our practice. That's our general practice.
Then our question for you is, what do you want us to do now?
Well, we opened a recruitment, so we did our due diligence, opened a recruitment. As far as what, I don't have a want per se, but if you're ready to appoint, then I can help you go through this process, however that looks. If you feel like this process that we have is not working, we want to evaluate how we can fill this membership, then I can definitely look at that and assist you as well. But I don't have a particular, I don't have an urgency to have this committee filled. That's obviously, at your discretion, if you feel that, that we need to make these appointments now. It's just here for you in case you wanted to make the appointments now.
I'm ready to make my appointments now. May I name them? I don't know. I'm going to go first.
Okay. Before you do that, can I ask City Clerk, are you sure those people, have you verified that those people are actually in the category that they say that they are?
So that is where I did not verify for their categories, because there's no tool or mechanism for us to verify that they were in those categories. So all we did was provide the application. We did verify they are Southern California residents, but no, we did not verify what categories they actually fit in, because we don't have a way of proving things, like if you're a descendant of an ARVN veteran, or if you're a resident, if you were a resident, or when we get to the criteria that states, all members no member shall be a current or former elected official or anyone who is controversial in the community. That's staff isn't in that position to make that determination as to who's controversial and who's not. So, that's
if you can tell me that you can confirm that those people are in those categories, how are we going to vote? Are we going to close our eyes and vote for, just believe them, or just believe whoever make the appointment, and then so we vote according to that?
Well, and that's part of this. That's part of this process. When this was established last month, there were concerns raised about, the subjectivity of just even in that particular criteria of being controversial, for example. What's the criteria for that? So at this juncture, there's obviously interest in people serving on this community, but staff doesn't have a way to verify these things. And we've provided the applications, and you're right. You definitely want to be able to make the best informed decision that you can. And so it may be just a matter of how the committee is broken down into, that these are two specific things that we can't verify. And if that's the case, and if council wishes, you can change the makeup of the committee or require additional vetting. You can direct me to go and get birth certificates or army, but stuff like that. It's this is a very unique type of a committee with very unique criteria, which you
may have to hire investigator to investigate too.
Okay, I have some suggestions for you guys. Okay, I have clues for you, so you know what categories they're in. So first of all, you look at their the resume, and where it says organizations, many of them will tell you that they'll tell you exactly. And then also, say for instance, Professor T. Van Tran. This one. Oh, backwards. Professor. Okay, are you guys looking at that? Okay, so if you look at his resume, it'll tell you Emperor Hong, you see? So he kind of put it like down there somewhere, you see? I mean, it's not in any particular order because we don't really have a box for it, but it's on there. And then there are people who will say Guangxi resident. So I think this one is in Vietnamese, so I wouldn't expect Councilmember Carlos Manzo to know. But let's say Man Van, the guy on the Valley View Street. He spells it out that he's from the Guangxi group or organization. And yeah, so it's not written in any order, so it's a little bit harder to peruse through, but it's on there. Okay, and then the other way you could vet is that we did mention, and I'm gonna ask City Clerk, we did mention the LHCCS organization, didn't we?
The which one?
LHCCS, and those are like the Arvin group that belongs to LHCCS. That was on the list.
Hold on. Yeah, I just put 7. We just had 7 members of the Army Republic of Vietnam veterans, 1 resident of Quang Tri province, 1 member who's a descendant, 1 spiritual leader, and then 1 member from the Emperor Hung Foundation. And that's what we have.
No, but I think if you go back to when we first approved it and we read it off, okay. The Arvin group, we wrote LHCCS.
I think the LHCCS might have been referred to in the other committee,
Or
Monuments and Memorials Committee, the item that comes after this.
I know it's in this one too.
Well, we can go back, but that's what we had, that was the motion from the last meeting, so.
So, okay, so, I mean, I'm fine if you guys need more time, but Carlos, another way to bet is to call the head of that LHCCS group organization, and then you talk to him. He's one of the applicants. His
Okay.
name is Tan Nam. Tan Nam. Okay. He's the one that lives on Roxanne Drive. Tan Nam. You see it?
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, you could
saw
call him and check on your choices. And if you need his recommendation, or if you want to check, whatever you'd like to ask him. You call him. So he's the president of that group. Okay.
I kind of agreed with Councilmember Doe. This is not going to work. So I go ahead and make my motion that, you know, we are not going to we are going to postpone this item until later on. You know, when we're ready, we feel that these are the people that we should appoint it to the committee. Then, you know, at this point here, I don't know who's who. And it's just, you know, they feel that we don't know whether they are truly, you know, that a member of, you know, descendant, or is a resident of the Guangxi province. You know, those are the things that I don't know. I can't, you know, I know a lot of people in the community, but, you know, I can't even confirm myself. So,
Christine, would you like to make your suggestion again? Say it again. What did you suggest?
About just interviewing the current, basically having a meeting so you can interview the applicants, so you can vet them.
Okay, go for that. Let's do
That is a suggestion. It's a common suggestion.
So who is going to interview? Who, you know, who are the members of the panel? All five?
Wait a minute.
Yes, yes, so it would be all five. This is basically similar to cities that conduct interviews when they appoint for like planning commissioners and parks and rec commissioners. What they'll do is they will hold a special meeting. And what they'll do is they will invite the applicants, you know, in scheduled timing. And so they will, you know, interview the applicants.
So I heard that there's going to be a special meeting. I have no idea what the special meeting it is, but if we do, could we shoot for like let's interview these folks as soon as possible, and then be ready to jump in, include that whenever, if we're going to have a special meeting. If not, we'll have to wait until the end of the month, September.
We the council, we have to interview these member of the committee. Is that what you're suggesting?
Mm-hmm. Because if you yourself are gonna call them anyway, this interview process is in lieu of you individually calling them. You can just interview them at your meeting. It's common, I promise.
You know, I'm kind of hesitant on that because this is a community process. Okay, all the organizations need to work together, come up with a plan, and present it to the city. Okay, that's what it is. That's a community project. It's not a city project. So these organizations need to meet, confer, and make a recommendation as to and nominate an individual to represent that group and contact the city. Then we will make a decision how we're going to go from there. At this point, I have no idea who's who. When they come talk to me, and I cannot trust me kind of things. So it have to be a community event, community project. Everybody have to come meet and communicate. So right now at this point, I don't feel comfortable interview any individual from the community because I have no point of reference. I don't know who's who. So
let me ask you a question. How many groups is there that should be represented, including the Palm Tree Victory Foundation? How many?
Like the membership,
How many groups do you suggest should be they should be represented in this committee?
Well, the committee makeup is finalized.
No, but we can do
So that would be 5 groups, right? 5 groups. So one group has 7. That's the Arvin group, and then the Guangxi resident and the descendant, and
what I'm suggesting is that kind of what Councilmember Doe's talking about. If there's those groups meet individually, then they elect a representative for each one of those groups within themselves.
yes, I do agree with that. Here, I just remembered something. The spiritual leader group, they don't want to elect someone, so I'd like to propose a substitute. Is there any way we could do it here?
Sure.
You can, but I would circle back after we figure out the group and the membership part first.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, before switching it.
The individual I spoke to, I don't know if he's the same one you spoke to, Councilmember Ho. He's from the Emperor Den Huang, the Chi Van Tran. Is that the one you spoke to? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll be fine with him for the spiritual leader.
No, he's not a spiritual leader guy.
He's from
He's
Emperor.
Yeah, he's from the Emperor group.
Okay. Yeah, I spoke to him earlier.
Okay. So anyway, we're gonna have more time, right? So that's fine if you want more time. And figure out a method, Christine.
So it looks like you're interested in more time. I just do have to caution this though. 7 members who are all Army Republic of Vietnam veterans. There are a lot of groups out there, but there also may be individuals that are not affiliated with a particular group that would still want to put an application. And so that being said, we can reach out to, or not reach out, we won't reach out, but the groups know that they can submit something, but it's still an open, it's still an open process. So you're still going to get applications from just random interested people who may or may not be qualified. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Well, let's defer it and come up with a game plan.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to substitute the spiritual leader. Since they don't want to join, I'd like to have the U.S. military veterans, 1 person. I'd like to open that up to them simply because this monument or this battle, really, we should include them since the U.S. veterans, U.S. military forces have a lot to do with this battle.
Okay, I'll second it.
I second it, yeah.
Okay. So to add, since we're kind of amending a little bit of the committee itself, I'd ask that we revisit So we have all members must be Southern California residents, but we also have the criteria of no member shall be a current or former elected official. Are we specifying that no member shall be a current or former elected official, like a Westminster elected official, or official just anywhere? And how am I going to prove that criteria? Is that really a criteria that you want to maintain in this?
Yes.
You know, for the record, I thought we already included the American veteran representative from in the last meeting, but this is my mistake that we did not include them. So it's good that we have a spot for them on the committee.
Okay. And then the criteria for anyone who's controversial, I will leave that to the council to decide.
Yeah, I think that's something the council would decide.
Yes. All right, so that's so that is a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Doe, and that's to substitute one member of the spiritual foundation or spiritual leaders. That's going to change to one member of U.S. military, just a U.S. military veteran. Okay, so roll call vote for that. Councilmember Doe.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yeah.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Just for the record, this is just another item that is purely political purposes. So I know this is most of, this is just a waste of tax dollar money. Laugh all you want to laugh. Say lying is not a problem. Okay, let me finish mine.
Yeah, I said when I say lying is not a problem, it's just you, that's your philosophy.
Okay, I respect you when you speak. Let me speak. Let it be my turn. This is another item that is purely political, purposes. I think it's just a waste of the taxpayers' dollars. So I don't deal with these craps. Do it yourself. And my vote is to abstain.
And Mayor Ta?
Yeah, the reason I abstained last meeting regarding this item, I abstain and I want to be really consistent. I mean, I'm not happy with the way that our city council, we continue to waste our city resources. So we continue to discuss this item for every meeting, and majority of city council already oppose the monument that already initiated before. And at this point, we go back, we form another group to discuss the same monument. So it would to take a lot of our time and then a city resource. So I think that's a really waste of our taxpayer. So I abstain.
Okay. So that motion carried 3-2 with Vice Mayor Nguyen and Mayor Ta abstaining. And then the rest, this is just going to be deferred to the future, to a future meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
So next, 7.4 resolution to establish monument and memorial committee.
Okay,
Did
so
we
back,
just cover that, or
I'm sorry?
is this something else?
This is this is another issue about
Yes.
monument committee. Whatever.
So just to briefly recap, back at the July 14th meeting, the council approved the formation of a committee to review all requests from private groups or individuals for any and all proposed, future monuments, plaques, donor tiles, structures, markers, any other memorial modifications to existing monuments on any city property. Again, this was referred to as everything under the sun. That committee will also be required to review to do a historical report, and that's provided with each proposal. So the initial discussion that you guys had for this was specific to Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, and then it was expanded to include basically all parks and other city-owned properties for these types of requests. So given the let's see, the nature of the committee, it's the Public Works Departments and Community Services Departments will serve as the liaisons to this committee. It is a 9-member committee, which includes 5 members, each appointed by a member of the City Council, and then 4 at-large members consisting one of various groups. So the recommendation for tonight, based on council's direction, is to adopt this resolution, which establishes what's called the Monuments and Memorials Committee. And again, this is an advisory committee that will ultimately meet and will follow all the rules of the Brown Act as far as minutes, agendas, and scheduling meetings and public participation. And by adopting this resolution, we can then open the recruitment period for interested members to apply.
And thank you, Christine. I think this is in the lieu of what's kind of tearing our city apart right now with this people not being able to get heard and then being excluded. This is not a committee for just one part. This is a committee for everything in the city. Just make sure that everybody understands that. We can share that with about 30 other people. I don't want to name no names, but I have a list of about 30 people that we want to share that with. This is for all statues, monuments, donor plaques in the whole city, not just one park. Say that again. Not just one park. That's fact, and we're being recorded right now. So if somebody wants to share that, they can share that. It's not one park. This is so we can have a democratic process. So we don't keep having this division in our city. And everybody's included in the decisions. That's what democracy is. And I think hopefully this takes care of any future issues with the people feeling they're being excluded. This will give people an opportunity for public input at the committee level and then at the council level. So plenty of opportunity for public input, which that's what we should be pushing for, public input. We're here for the people, not for us. So hopefully council can support this, and I motion to approve this item.
Second.
Questions? Okay, we're gonna face the same problem with the Pine Tree Monument Committee. What was that?
I hope not.
Well, we can just we can't just have people sending application by what just happened. Again, or the veteran organization that specify on the by the council decision, they need to meet and nominate a person, and then that person will send an application. Again, this is city clerk. She had no way of verifying the background, the reference, and all the requirements. So I would recommend the same process. Okay, all these groups need to nominate a member of their team, and then send them in. Otherwise, going to face the same problem. Thank you.
So we can do that with the 4. You want to do that with the 4 at-large members? They can follow that process, and they can meet.
Whatever organization that we would like to include in the committee, that organization have to meet and confer and nominate an individual and send in the name, contact the city clerk with their nominee. And then the city clerk will provide an application for this person to fill out and send it in. That's what my recommendation, so that will save the city staff time and effort to verify their information.
I'm okay with that. Fine.
Yeah, so this So this committee makeup, the 4 at-large members that are from the groups are actually specific groups.
Yeah.
So we can, they can certainly reach out, or we can reach out and let them know that the recruitment is happening. The only one that's not as specific among those 4 groups is this Vietnam Veterans of America, because it was just a preference to a local chapter. So I don't know if this council would like to identify said local chapter or just send it to, various Vietnam Veterans of America groups.
Well, I think there is that local chapter here, isn't it?
Yeah, I would suggest a local chapter.
Local chapter.
Okay. We can certainly do that.
Christine, I would suggest that you recommend that they send something on their letterhead saying this is someone that we would recommend. That way we've got a record, something from the organization saying this is our recommendation. But with respect to the 5 members, because there's 5 members there, those are just appointed by each council member. So there's no need for a recommendation. It's just like planning commissioners. You would pick somebody that you want to be on this committee, and each council member would make an appointment.
Yeah.
And those 5 members would be beholden to the residency rules that we have, that you must be a resident in the city of Westminster. We'll do the verification, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for staff. Any one of you can answer these questions. Do you know how many monuments or memorials that we have in the city of Westminster as of right now?
From my knowledge, the only memorials we have is in the Freedom Park.
Okay.
I don't believe we have them anywhere else in any city park.
Okay. And here we are again. We want to have the committee, and all these committees are in in the Vietnamese groups. I would think that we are targeting into, because of that, this item here is targeting into the Vietnamese community. Because if we are having people, if you would say all the parks, how come they are all for at-large members? They are the Vietnamese. There is no U.S. Army veteran involved.
Yes, it is.
Where?
The Vietnam Veterans of America. Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay. Well, if that's, well, I take that back then. For now, how do you come up with this one with all the monuments are Vietnamese right now in the Freedom Park?
This is for new, not existing.
Oh no. Did you put the moratorium on the existing also? Remember what you did from last meeting?
That's into this. That's a different subject. That's the Quang Tri one, the other committee.
No, that's when you are putting up this committee right here. We voted. That's why this item come up today.
No.
Okay, Christine, can you confirm that? Why did you bring up this item today?
So this item was part of a formation of a committee and a moratorium. I don't have the exact details of it right now, but no, the items, it was presented for a moratorium and establishment of a committee. It was determined by the city attorney, and he can jump in on this, that there wasn't a need for a moratorium, but you are correct. There was a presentation for this on the 14th, and it was to consider the creation of a council appointed committee and moratorium on new monuments. And we were supposed to come back with the moratorium, but again, determined that a moratorium is not necessary.
So with that, I think that Council Menzo, you probably have to go back and look at what you proposed.
Okay, well,
apparently that you don't remember what you proposed.
It's my mistake. I'm sure you don't make any, but I was mistaken. Go ahead, City Attorney.
I was going to say what was discussed was the formation of a committee related to Quang Tri, a committee to help design a new monument related to that. Separately discussed was what this item is, which was the formation, to come back with a resolution forming a committee which would look at future monuments that might be proposed. And it would be an ongoing committee that would deal with not so much the Quang Tri monument, but mainly any other monuments, plaques, or other things of that nature. I do believe there's a statue in front of the police station. I don't know if that qualifies or not, but that would be some kind of a monument to officers that were that died. And so there may be other monuments or statutes that I'm unaware of, but so things of that nature. I think one other qualifying factor is that the Quang Tri committee was going to look at design and things of that nature, but not look at location. But that this new committee that we're talking about right now, that might be the one thing that they would look at, the idea of where should this thing be located. So that was something that was discussed. So these are two different committees. One's dealing solely with the Quang Tri monument design, and then this one's to look at future monuments and plaques and statues, and at some point might discuss and make a recommendation, not a decision, but a recommendation on where the monument might go, the Quang Tri monument, but only on that one question.
Mr. City Attorney, I would like for you to go back and take a look at the previous meeting. I personally asked that if we create this committee, is it going to affect all the existing monuments? The answer was yes. Okay, so I ask you to go back and look at that, because what you just said is not correct, incorrect.
Yeah, because my understanding was it doesn't have any impact on existing monuments that are already in Freedom Park, that it would have no effect on that.
Yeah, that's your understanding, but that's what I'm saying, that you should go back and look at that.
For the record, guys, their modifications to existing monuments on any city property would be affected. That was part of the recommendation and the bylaws that were adopted. So yes, so it's just to reiterate one more time. It's to review all requests for proposed monuments, plaques, donor tiles, structures, markers, and any other memorial and modifications to existing monuments on any city property. This item that was presented July 14th was also concurrent with, it's the same item. It was creation of a council appointed committee for Sid Goldstein Freedom Park first with a moratorium. The discussion expanded into let's have one for all city parks and all city property instead. And with the moratorium, we would come back. July 28th came around. There was the discussion of the meeting was that separate Quang Tri Monument Committee, which is the other 11-member committee that we just talked about. That's separate from this. That one was for the design and other aspects, but not the location of the monument. So this is where we are with this item. This is the item that ultimately came first. If that helps with the timeline.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
So I'm correct. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, right?
Yes, we have a motion and a second to approve as recommended.
With those four at-large members they're gonna elect somebody from their group and send in a recommendation on a letterhead.
Yes, they're going to formally make a recommendation of who they'd like to nominate for those particular, but yes. But at this time, this resolution is for establishing this committee.
Yes.
We'll deal with the logistics.
Yes.
How long
Okay.
are the members going to serve for?
I'm sorry?
How long are they going to serve for? What's the
let's see, let me double check, but generally on a committee like this, the appointed, okay, committee lifespan, committee members appointed by council will serve at the pleasure of the appointing council member and serve until the council member leaves office or replaces his or her appointee. The at-large members would be replaced by a majority vote of council. And that's pretty much it. So basically the committee member would be tied to the council member. Generally for something like that on a long-standing committee, we have, the committee we have the committee appointments every 2 years. This does not read that way. So if council would like to do it every 2 years to coincide with how we appoint commission and committee members in the other committees, we can certainly revise the resolution to reflect that.
I would like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so okay, so the maker and seconder are okay with every 2 years to coincide with our and will that be the same for the 4 members from the youth groups as well?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, so every 2 years to coincide with our committee commissions and board appointments. Okay, so roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
For the record, another committee created to waste the taxpayers' dollars. I don't deal with these craps. Do it yourself. My voice is no.
okay, and Mayor Ta.
All right, like in the last meeting, I explained, and I want to expand it again. We want to be really consistent. Our city, we already have the Park and Rec Committee. So I think that is really wasteful that we form a new committee. And I think this committee, really targeting the Vietnamese American community. So I register a no vote.
Can I say something to that? So you're saying that the only groups in Westminster that propose statues or monuments or plaques are Vietnamese only?
No, I mean like this, like in the last meeting, we discussed, and that really relating to Quang Tri monument.
That's your narrative, Mayor. That's not the truth. So you're saying that an American, Caucasian American, or Hispanic American will never, ever propose to do a plaque, a monument, or anything like that?
I've been supporting, all the community, all the monument. So don't ever say that. But I mean, like I already discussed,
I'm not targeting one
this is
group.
really wasteful. Yes. So I vote no.
Okay, so that motion carried 3-2 with Vice Mayor Nguyen and Mayor Ta voting no.
Okay. All right. So last but not least, we have comments and requests for agenda item from City Council agency member, including AB 1234 report when required. So it's right now it's already 1 a.m. So any council member would like to speak, more than welcome to.
Yes, I can speak first.
Yes.
The truth is always come out, for the person who always say that's all ethical, and ethical. And saying to the other people, saying you must follow ethical, decision and so on and so on, and actually propose to have, ethical items. What is it? Ethic, and actually didn't vote for it. And today it was a surprise for me. You know what? Lying is okay. Lying is not against the law. Lying is not a problem. Keep lying. I don't accept that. Okay? We represent people. We need to say the truth. We can't say that, okay, today we can lie and lie is not a problem. Don't do that.
So I just want to make my points. Don't ever say that ethical with, with anybody else if you don't correct yourself. Okay, the next item is I want to let you know that the Midway City Sanitary District is going to have the open house event on Saturday, August 28th and Sunday, August 29th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And it is open for all Westminster and Midway City's residents. And you are invited to come with your family. And this open house event is also recognition of former Director Mochi Rice. And in addition to that, we would like to invite you to come and not only enjoy the food, enjoy the music, but at the same time, you have the chance to interact with staff and learn more of what the Midway City can do for you. And at the same time, ask all questions that you have. Also, you can learn the new law that about to come out, and we all have to follow. And that is the SB 1383. And I'm sure that we have a chance to learn more about it. I think it's very, very beneficial for every one of us to attend and learn of what we can do to help, what we can work together to save the cost for the Midway City Sanitary District. When I'm saying saving cost, that means it save your dollars and my dollars. And the district doesn't have to pay for it. If you learn how to categorize different kind of trash that you dispose from your house. With that, again, we would like to invite you to come out and have fun and enjoy with the family, food and music, and also with the kids. I believe that we have jumpers and also face painting. I think it's going to be a good day for every one of us here. And when I save cost, one more thing, when I save cost, I would say that we are very pleased, we are very happy that the fees have not increased for the last 15 years. I'm talking on behalf of the Midway City Sanitary District. And the fee is low compared to all the other cities. So, we should be proud of what Midway City Sanitary District provided to us. That's all I have today. Thank you.
All right. Next, council member.
Sure. I like to go. You know what? You don't know what the ethical is if it slap you right in the face 20 times. Because every time you open your mouth, it's just not always lies and lies and lies. And that's exactly why it says lie is not illegal. Because that's how you operate since I know you in this council. Well, it's unfortunately I miss former Mayor Margie Rice funeral. I got family event, so I couldn't make it. It's very unfortunate. And I just want to extend my condolences once again to former mayors, Margie Rice families. It's devastating to listen to Council Member Kimberly Hall making that allegation against Mayor Trita and the city manager. And I'm wondering why that we still, if the city manager have to bow under pressure and we still continue to have trust in him. I just wondering why. So I hope that we can meet and discuss that soon, better sooner than later. Once again, I'm very happy to see the Little Saigon blueprint, and this is not just for the Vietnamese American residents. It's a cultural center. It's meant as a cultural center for everyone, for everyone, our community to come and enjoy our community. You know, it's not like just for us, just battling for Vietnamese American. No, we want to turn our cultural heritage, this town that the Vietnamese American immigrant gravitate toward this for over 4 decades, and we turn it into a very prosperous city. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier, housing, the housing market is like going through the roof. I mean, you know, $700,000, $800,000 is just a very small house. I mean, and you're talking about $1 million houses in this city, and there's no available inventory. And that is the achievements of Vietnamese American immigrants. So once again, you know, the intention is turn this community into the culture center for everyone to enjoy. So just my response to all the naysayers out there that thinking that we should only worry about Vietnamese American. No, my concern is for all American, all residents of the city. With that in mind, once again, thank you, and I want to thank our city staff for your hard work. You know, do more with less. So greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Next, council member.
I'll go. Thank you, everybody, for staff for all your hard work again, for that, especially Alexa and her team, and for all the Little Saigon blueprint. That's a lot of work that went into that. So thank you, Alexa and your team. I also want to thank, hopefully I don't miss anybody, and I hope the chief can help me out. I want to thank the Chief Campos, Deputy Chief Upstill, Commander McCormick, Homeless Liaison Officers Perez and Brown, and Sergeant Anil. And a special thanks to one of our residents, Camilla Overbeek, for putting so much work and meeting with us, meeting with me, talking about our homeless issue that we have in our city. You know, it takes a community, and I want to thank all these individuals who met with us to talk about it and keep engaged, keep the conversation going, or how we can help that situation. So I want to thank all of you. Yes, and I want to echo what Councilmember Doe said about Little Saigon. You know, my dream has always been that we attract people from all over to Little Saigon, not just the local residents. You know, people, when they come to Disneyland, you know, they know that they got to come to Little Saigon because there's something to do there. So hopefully one day we can we're heading down the right road. So hopefully one day we can make that happen. So excited for that. And we need to continue that trend, not just in Little Saigon, but also on the west side of town. There's a lot of things to do there too. So thank you, everybody. That's all I got.
All right. Next, council member.
Yes, first of all, regarding a person named Na Tran, who wrote in, and I believe, Christine, you read her comment earlier. I would like to see if I could perhaps ask for a press release to be sent from our city regarding what the council decided relating to the Quan Chi Monument, because there are a lot of false narratives out there. I won't say lies, but I'll say false narratives. And we just need to, a lot of people have called me and they've called several other people as well. And I think we need to have a press release sent from our city stating the facts. And so basically, people want to know what is going on with the former foundation, Quan Chi Foundation, headed by Van Tran. What's their role currently in the construction of the QT Monument? So could I have a press release done?
We can chat about this offline. We can chat about this offline. But if anyone's interested in seeing what's happened, we can provide minute excerpts. We can provide, an action report of things, of the very objective things that have taken place of city actions. But we can chat offline about why a press release may not be the best method for this.
Or maybe they can send in questions directly and get answers from you.
So anything that's related to council action or what actually took place and, what the votes are, any member of the public is more than welcome to ask. And we do provide that. So yes, they can contact us if they have questions about what was approved or not approved, which has happened. We've had members of the media contact me and me directly, for that information. So we can certainly provide that.
Okay, so I'm gonna direct them to your office. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'd like to agendize. Number one is I would like staff to look into, I smell more money and I hear more money being given from possibly from OC Supervisor Endudo's office, and this time for the west side. So I'd like staff to look into that. Please place that phone call and see if that's true and how much, and see if we could do that ASAP, please. And number two, because it is becoming a health issue, I know when I go shopping, and I'm sure many of you have too, we're being urged to use credit cards, debit cards, rather than, money, paper and coins, paper money and coins. So I would like to agendize, talk about having our city accept credit card and debit cards, along with, if people want to pay in cash, fine. But if people don't want to pay in cash, I think it's for health issues, at least for health issues, we should talk about having our city, the business community, accept credit cards and debit cards. And that's all I have. Thank you, staff. I know you worked hard on that Little Saigon blueprint. I really, really loved it. And I especially love the fact that we were able to drive down the cost of building ADUs. And I thank you for that. And so I think that little piece of information I got tonight really helped help us. And I think that we're going to be able to build, our city is going to be able to build a lot more ADUs, and that should help arena numbers. And actually, I do have one other request, is that I'd like to see if I can hold a special meeting so that we could review our city manager performance evaluation. So that would be my request. Thank you.
So
on that one there, is that going to be as soon as possible, or when are we doing that?
Within a week or less, within a week.
right, so I'll contact all of you individually for scheduling then.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so thanks all the council member already give out your comments. For myself, I think that I'd like to remind all members of City Council that you're more than welcome to ask staff anything in the public, but I think it's really inappropriate for a council member to intimidate our staff, including our city manager, in public. All of our city staff, they all professional. They all have their family. We need to show them our respect, even that you don't agree with them, even that you think that the way they behave, maybe your concerns, but we should never intimidate them in a public meeting. We cannot act like, we like civic meeting, and some of you act like we in a courthouse. I think that's totally wrong. So I hope the city, I hope I have support from the city attorney for that. I mean, as a council member, you're more than welcome to ask staff anything, but we should never intimidate our city staff. That is, I like to remind everyone, including myself, because all of our city staff, they are professional. Our city manager, who been worked for our city for a long time, and I think he been doing pretty well. He act totally independently. So, and other department head and city staff, we need to show them our respect. That's I want to remind everyone on the council. All right, so the meeting of September 8, 2021, based on agenda has been canceled. Next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021 at 7 p.m. Meeting adjourned.